Next, may we invite representative from our gold sponsor, HKI China Land Limited, to come up on stage and receive the certificate. We will present the certificate to the representative later on. And next, may we have the representative from our gold sponsor, Ms. Ruby Yu, on stage to receive the certificate. Please put our hands together to welcome Ms. Yu on stage. Thank you, Ms. Yu. Please proceed to the left of the stage for a group photo together later on. Coming up, may we invite representatives of our silver sponsor to come up on stage and receive the certificate. First, may we have Ms. Diana Chow. Please put our hands together to welcome Ms. Chow on stage. Thank you, Ms. Chow. Please proceed to the left of the stage for a group photo later. Coming up next, may we invite representative from the International Environment Group Limited, as well as International Environment Group Hong Kong Limited, to come up on stage to receive the certificate. Thank you. Please remain on stage. And may I also invite all the guests to proceed to the center of the stage for a group photo together. 而家有請台上面咁多位嘉賓以玉步嚟到台中間進行一張大合照。有請咁多位。Thank you, all the representatives of the sponsors. Please be seated, and Mr. Lam and Mr. Kwan, please remain on stage. 有請關生同埋Mr. David Lam 留步喺台上面，繼續為我哋頒發證書俾我哋嘅贊助機構。Next, we would like to invite representatives of our bronze sponsor. First, may we have representative from 邱永強工程師及工程計劃有限公司。A&D Surveyors Limited, Arab Beam Society Limited, China Rich Clothing Manufacture Company Limited, Thank you. Please also proceed to the left of the stage for a group photo later on. Next, may we have a representative from Hunan Partners Solicitors and 旅港關事中親總會 Thank you. Please remain on stage for a group photo later on. Next, may we have a representative from 香港龍崗親義總會、宏達投資有限公司、Thank you very much. Please remain on stage for a group photo later. Next, may we have representative from 思進顧問有限公司。Next, may we have a representative from Wasabi Creation Limited. Sinki Engineering Limited representative, please also proceed on the stage. Thank you. Please remain on stage for a group photo later. Next, may we have Sensation Limited. And next, 張偉聰律師事務所。Ludus Asset Management Limited. Coming up next, we would like to invite representative from Ramadash Company Limited, Smart Team Hong Kong Limited, Ms. Michelle Mui, Mr. Wilson Sill, 富康盛地產顧問有限公司，陳接住落嚟有請陳秋輝先生、關榮健先生，以及係杜炳坤先生。Thank you. And for all the absentees, we will present the certificates to them at a later stage. And may I invite all the guests on stage to please move forward for a group photo together. Thank you once again to all of our sponsors, and also thank you, Mr. Lam and Mr. Kwan, for presenting the mementos for us. Please continue to remain on stage. And now may we invite Dr. Creighton Connolly, representing our co-organizer, the University of Hong Kong, to join us on stage and present mementos to our distinguished speakers. First of all, please put our hands together to welcome Mr. Wong Kam Singh, GBS JP, to come up on stage and receive the memento. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Please proceed to the left of the stage for a group photo together. Next, may we invite Mr. Wilfred Au to come up on stage. Mr. Au, please. Thank you. Please proceed to the left of the stage for the group photo later on. Coming up next, may we invite Professor Ng Mi Kam to come up on stage. Professor Ng, please. Thank you. Please proceed to the left of the stage for the group photo later on. Coming up, may we invite Professor Ng Yan Yong to come up on stage, please. Thank you. Please remain on stage for a group photo later. Next, may we invite Professor Ling Karkan, SBS, to come up on stage. Professor Ling, please. Thank you. Please also remain on stage for a group photo later. Next, may we invite Dr. Wei Feng Li to come up on stage. Dr. Li, please. Thank you, and please remain on stage. Last but not least, may we have Professor Tianren Yang to come up on stage. Professor Yang, please. Thank you, and may I now invite all the guests to move forward to the center of the stage for a group photo together, and at the same time, may we also have Dr. William Yu to join the group photo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. We will now move to the first presentation of this afternoon to look into carbon neutral Hong Kong. And we are honored to have Mr. Wong Kam Sing, GPS JP, former Secretary for the Environment, HKSAR, to present for us. And may I now formally introduce Mr. Wong to everyone. Mr. Wong Kam Sing is an architect, HKU Distinguished Fellow, and Chairman of Wu Ji Chao Charitable Foundation. Between 2012 to 2022, he was appointed as the Secretary for the Environment, HKSAR, and launched various sustainability policy blueprints on climate and environmental actions, leading Hong Kong towards carbon neutrality before 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, please now put our hands together to welcome Mr. Wong for his presentation on carbon neutral Hong Kong. Mr. Wong, please.
Oh, 大家好啊. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Today's topic focusing on future cities. So I would like to share with you just one key message. No matter you are a town planner, a policy maker, architects, engineers, surveyors, etc., carbon neutrality would be one of the key words that you have to bear in mind in the planning, design, and operation of the city for our common future. Today, my sharing will be divided into 4 parts. The part 0 is about our common target, carbon neutrality. For instance, before lunchtime, our friends from Shenzhen, when he plans the new area, Wankham, Antian, they are also making it to be a carbon neutral district. My second part would be about Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050, launched in 2021, 2 years ago. While carbon neutrality is very important, as said by Dr. William Yu, that the climate change is causing more extreme weather, making our cities, including Guangzhou, Hong Kong, hotter, and also causing rising sea levels, as mentioned by other speakers before lunchtime. So at the same time, while decarbonization is very important, we have to make our city more climate adaptive and resilient against extreme heat, extreme rainfalls, super typhoons, rising sea levels, etc. So we have to integrate all these considerations together, including making our city healthier and happier. Last but not least, climate change is important, but there are also other environmental considerations. For instance, advocated by Hong Kong GBC, we like to make our city more energy efficient, right? More accessible, more greenery. So there are also other environmental considerations. I can tell you that for our future city, we should integrate all this together, because if we are going to address them one by one, that would be very costly for all of us, politically, socially, economically. So it's good if we can integrate all the environmental considerations in one go. Firstly, our common target, carbon neutrality. Today, with speakers from Japan, from Singapore, from Jakarta, from mainland and Hong Kong. One thing is very common is that all these cities or economies have set the climate action target is to reach carbon neutrality around mid of this century. Singapore, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Jakarta are having different carbon footprint today. This is showing the per capita carbon emissions. Singapore, Tokyo peoples, on average, are having about 8 to 10 tons of carbon emissions per person per year. Hong Kong, the latest data is about 4.5, half of that when compared with Singapore people. And Jakarta, about 3 point something. But they are having different trend. For instance, Jakarta is developing, so their carbon emissions are still in the rising trend. But for Hong Kong, we reached our peak in 2014, 9 years ago, and now we are decreasing year by year. Tokyo also reached its peak earlier, but Singapore is still having increasing trend of carbon emission year by year, probably before 2030. But despite there are different trends, one common goal is set by all these economies is to reach carbon neutrality by or before 2050. Probably Professor from Charles U would comment that reaching carbon neutrality is difficult. But as mentioned by Dr. Liu earlier this morning, we can make a city become a world-class city in 25 years, right? And now, to mid of this century, is also about 25 years. If we are determined, I think we can reach our carbon neutral goal within 25 years. My other part would be about Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan launched in 2021. We published the action plan and also produced the leaflet or 懶人包, okay, for ease of understanding by all of you. This picture shows Hong Kong's floating infrastructure. Hong Kong is lacking land, similar to Singapore, so we would like to introduce more renewable energy, including floating solar panels on water bodies, reservoirs. This is the third one in Hong Kong, in Dailam Country Park. We would like to integrate infrastructure in a cost-effective way. This shows an example. You know that in Hong Kong it's very hot. For the same panel on rooftop, when it's very hot, its efficiency would not be optimized. But on water bodies, due to the cooling effect, the same panel can generate about 20% more electricity when compared to those on rooftop. So it's better, more efficient. At the same time, the solar panel can reduce the water evaporation to conserve the water. So it's good for Hong Kong, save water. At the same time, it reduces the sunlight into the reservoir, so reduce the algae. That is more efficient for us to produce potable water. So it's an example how to make Hong Kong quicker in decarbonization, at the same time to have other environmental considerations. When we talk about climate actions, COP21 held in 2015 in Copenhagen was a landmark for Hong Kong and for all economies on Earth. During COP21 in 2015, globally, we agreed to have the Paris Agreement, including reaching carbon neutrality around mid of this century. And I was the environment minister before the COP21. I made at least two things. One is launch Hong Kong's energy saving plan for Hong Kong's built environment up to 2025. Because energy saving, green building, is very important. Because during the transformation, if we do not save energy, we have to invest a lot on new energy system infrastructure. That would be very costly. And before the COP21, we also launched Hong Kong's Climate Report 2015 to understand what the government and also other key stakeholders in Hong Kong have been doing about mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, so that we have the stock taking and understand where we were, so that we can map out where we should go. After the COP21, I returned to Hong Kong and talked to the senior officials in the government. We did a number of things to strengthen Hong Kong's climate action, including launching Hong Kong's first ever climate action plan up to 2030, including adaptation, resilience, and mitigation measures. And according to Paris Agreement, every economy should update and review their climate action every 5 years. So Hong Kong is following that pattern. In 2021, October, we updated Hong Kong's climate action plan and launched Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050. I am going to briefly recap the essence of these blueprints. For instance, on energy saving, we set a target. Using 2005 as the base year, overall Hong Kong would like to reduce Hong Kong's energy intensity by 40%. And also require public buildings, including those in the public housing sector, to be Green Plus certified, at least gold or even better. And the target is higher than that set by APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. They have a target following the green line as shown there. Our Hong Kong target is shorter, more aggressive than the APEC average energy saving target. And in fact, Hong Kong, in terms of the energy intensity, is actually the best performer among all APEC economies. And then the Climate Action Plan 2015, we highlight what are the local carbon emission sources. There are 3 major sources: electricity generation, transport, and waste management. And out of the electricity, 90% is related to building consumption. So the HKGBC chairman is here. Okay, you will help Hong Kong to save more energy in relation to electricity. At the same time, while we are decarbonizing, we understand that the extreme weathers are affecting Hong Kong, including warmer climate, heavy rainfall, droughts, rising sea level, and also other economic and social impacts. So we have to make Hong Kong more climate adaptive and resilient while going towards carbon neutral. The Climate Action Climate Report 2015 also captured what we have been doing in Hong Kong. Professor Everett is here, and also Dr. Ren Chow is here. They are the key persons behind these studies for Hong Kong. That means they are working on the urban climatic map for Hong Kong, and also to study how to study the wind directions, particularly in summer, to cool the city through the high-density cities and in the humid subtropical climate. I'm glad to see that mainland cities like Guangzhou also applying these concepts and also even make it very good in applications in cities in the mainland. I'm also one of the investigators. And also, when we launched the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2030+, we highlighted 3 aspects: mitigation, adaptation, resilience. And we define adaptation as the hardware, the infrastructure, the city planning, how to make our city more adaptive to extreme weathers. Resilience we define as the software, because we understand that no matter how stringent or to what standard the climate adaptation could be, given certain extreme conditions, it won't work. So we have to make our system, including warning, evacuation, etc., during extreme days, and also to decarbonize. When we launched this Climate Action Plan in 2017, I think most Hong Kong people may not be very reactive to the Climate Action Plan, because in the past, it's still very safe in Hong Kong. But the message from the heaven is very clear. When we launched the action plan in early 2017, In the later part of 2017, the super typhoon hit Hong Kong, not once. And in 2018, the super typhoon came again. Many Hong Kong people became highly aware of the extreme weather conditions in relation to climate action. And Fajun became very famous after these super typhoons, right? And my mother-in-law lived there, somewhere there. And, you know, the whole Fajun was flooded. The flooding caused the electricity supply stoppage. No power, no water, no elevator. And my mother-in-law lived in the 24th, no food. Okay, she got food because I went there, up there. This is some of the pictures of Han Fajun. The actual situation is much worse than these pictures showing. People before that couldn't imagine the extreme weather conditions in relation to climate change. But after this, they can appreciate the extreme conditions in relation to climate change. So that's why we launched and updated Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050, including setting the target of Hong Kong to become carbon neutral before 2050. I would like to elaborate Hong Kong's subtle but aggressive target. Most economies, including Japan, South Korea, set the target is by 2050. Hong Kong's target is to try to reach the target before 2050. And every term of government would have the duty to review it. That means we would like to achieve the carbon neutrality before 2050 as soon as possible, because the impact of climate change is so serious. At the same time, in this report, we highlight what are the local challenges. I include them in these 6 aspects. Cost. We may have the technology, we may have the idea, but when implementing them, the cost will be very high. You can imagine the electricity tariff has been increasing locally, in Singapore, globally, right? That could be a political and social challenge. So how to minimize the cost is a real issue. At the same time, we need everyone to participate, to save energy, to reduce waste, and support green transport. We need technology breakthrough. We need universities to train more people. And also, we have to understand the local space constraint, at the same time to deal with the extreme weather I mentioned in relation to climate change. At the same time, there are also opportunities, because we have to tell people that there are risks and challenges. At the same time, there are opportunities. For instance, Hong Kong is a global finance center. We would like to capture the potential of green finance to make Hong Kong's economy better, and also raise funds for mainland cities, for Southeast Asian cities to work on the climate actions. We support green economy, INT, capacity building means training people, and make Hong Kong's new development areas carbon neutral. I think KK will talk about Northern Metropolis, and it will be one of the examples for Hong Kong to make our new areas carbon neutral in our planning. Okay, these examples that I left KK to elaborate. When we talk about the carbon to Northern Metropolis strategies, we would like to make it a good example about urban-rural harmony, at the same time to make it carbon neutral and climate adaptive and resilient. And there are 4 major actions to help Hong Kong to become carbon neutral: zero carbon electricity generation, green building and energy saving, green transport, and waste reduction. Hong Kong people, the highest carbon emission per capita was in 2014, at that time 6.2 tons, now down to 4.5. Before 2035, down to 2 to 3, and then before 2050, 0. I mentioned that we'd like to make Hong Kong carbon neutral ASAP. At the same time, we have to deal with the climate adaptation and resilient challenge. This is an example. It's not a restaurant, but a stormwater retention pond by the Drainage Service Department in the New Territories. That means when there are very heavy rainfall, there are temporary storage of rainwater against flooding. About 10 years ago, there are about 100 flooding black spots in Hong Kong. By now, down to 4. Okay, we did a lot to make Hong Kong against flooding. At the same time, DSD is very good. They are also testing the floating PV on those temporary stormwater retention area to generate power, renewable energy. This is an example how to integrate decarbonization and climate adaptation and resilience. There are a few examples about the extreme weather in relation to climate change. I mentioned earlier. Extreme heat. I think this year, last July, I think Hong Kong people and Guangzhou people can feel the extreme heat in Hong Kong. At the same time, the wet and dry seasons will become more extreme. And then extreme rainfalls. And now in Beijing, in mainland China, different cities are experiencing that. Extreme tropical cyclones, super typhoons are attacking Hong Kong and the whole region, and extreme storm surges, waves, and rising sea levels. Certainly, according to our plan, we have different ideas by Plan D and also relevant departments. Smart city, green infrastructure, drainage and flood control, slope safety, sea level rise, and coastal protection. When we did these 2 climate action plans, we did our homework behind the scene. I was the minister, provide funding to the relevant technical department to carry out studies, because we have to base on the latest scientific data to update all our understanding and standards. So in the past, say 5 years, we did study on each of these topics so that we can be updated in terms of our planning guidelines, standards, etc., so that we can make Hong Kong more climate adaptive. We would like to integrate our smart city blueprint and strengthen our urban fabric in terms of the urban climatic planning, urban renewal, that Wilfred will talk about that. And also, for instance, we update our wind effects code of practice because the extreme wind will become different from the past. And then I mentioned that we have the working group on climate change adaptation. So we spend money and resources on these studies. For instance, extreme sea levels. What will the frequency analysis? And how about the super typhoons? What will the wind strength? So we did studies on all these in the context of Hong Kong. And I would like to particularly highlight this picture to you. This was highlighted by Hong Kong Observatory in about a year's time. This shows the extremely hot days in Hong Kong. You can see that when Hong Kong became a city in the early or 1884, in its first 100 years, the year with day above 35 degrees C only happened once. Only happened once in the first 100 years. But when I was born, okay, every few years with the extremely hot days. And then in the recent about 8 years, every year with days above 35 degrees C. And last year, a total of 15 days above 35 degrees C. The Hong Kong Observatory and the government imposed new measures to deal with that conditions. But unfortunately, just this year, even with the new warning, at least 2 or 3 outdoor workers passed away during working in those extremely hot days. The last point is about how to integrate other environmental considerations. This is my previous project with Brian, when I worked with Brian, on this first zero carbon building in Hong Kong. It's not only to make the built environment zero carbon, but also say to enhance the urban greenery, to improve the air quality, and have the first tropical, first urban biodiversity forest to enhance the nature conservation and biodiversity, etc. So what I did in the past term is that we launched a number of environmental blueprints on electric vehicles, on air quality, on waste management, etc. All these are integrated in a way to support carbon neutrality and climate actions. That means in the past, colleagues on the air quality may not bother about decarbonization, or colleagues on waste may not be the very knowledgeable persons on decarbonization. But through this set of blueprint, it demonstrates a new approach, is that, say, on improving air quality, the colleagues should also consider decarbonization. I can give you an example. In Hong Kong, the major air pollutants are from the commercial vehicles, about 90%. But if we talk about decarbonizing the transportation sector, private car is actually the type of vehicles involving the highest carbon footprint, about 25%. So that integrated approach could help us to make the policies more effective. So in short, in order to support Hong Kong's climate action, waste reduction, air quality, electric vehicles popularization, biodiversity, everything have to integrate it in one goal in order to optimize the effect and also to save social costs. So we set the target is towards zero landfill in a decade's time, and also at the same time to reduce waste as source and support recycling. These are some of the examples that we'd like to work with the community to support community clean recycling. So if you did not know this, please go there and see them. We are using smart technologies to help people to reduce waste and do clean recycling. We are also improving the air quality together with the Guangzhou and Greater Bay Area. In the past 10 years, the major air pollutants have been reduced by about 40 to 60%. And we also support electric vehicles. In year 2020, every 8 new private cars in Hong Kong, 1 was EV. Last year, every 10 private cars, new private cars in Hong Kong, 6 were EV. That means more than half. And Hong Kong's EV private car population is the #1 in the entire Asia. And we are also working on new energy buses, electric buses, and also hydrogen buses in order to improve air quality and also decarbonize. We also enhance Hong Kong's biodiversity, more country parks, and more marine parks. In the past decade, Hong Kong country parks have been expanding. I think in terms of area, about 600 hectares increased it. And in this current term of government, they will have the brand new country park, Hong Fa Lang, Robin's Flat, to be implemented according to our blueprint. And not only country parks, but also remote countryside areas like Ji Wo or other areas. They are growing coffee in Hong Kong's countryside area, right? So for traveling, we may go overseas, but I'm encouraging you to travel in Hong Kong. That can be a kind of low carbon lifestyle that can help Hong Kong's economy and also reduce the carbon footprint. KK would also elaborate how to make our Northern Metropolis development strategies to demonstrate urban-rural integration and coexistence of development and conservation. You can see the Samjun Park in the remote area, and we will conserve all these wetlands and fishing ponds according to our strategy. To conclude, in the past 10 years, we would like to demonstrate a new policy approach, interaction with the key stakeholders, including community, commercial sectors, between mainland and Hong Kong, and also young people. We support innovation in our policies and technology application. Integration is very, very important to integrate with other policies with the carbon neutrality, at the same time to make the city and new areas to be climate adaptive, resilient, and carbon neutral. So this is the last picture. If we have the will, we understand the challenges of climate change, we have to seize the opportunity in the forthcoming decade or 2 decades in an integrated way so that we can make our city, our future city, carbon neutral, livable, and also sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong, for sharing with us various sustainability policy blueprints on climate and environmental actions so that we can all bring Hong Kong forward to reach carbon neutrality before 2050. Thank you once again for the presentation. And it is indeed vital for us to continue to work in building a sustainable environment. And coming up next, we will hear from Mr. Wilfred Au, a registered architect and authorized person. And he has been responsible for planning, design of major redevelopment projects and preservation projects since joining the Urban Renewal Authority in 2008. Since 2023, he has been appointed as Executive Director Commercial in the URA, taking charge of matters relating to planning and design, property and land, business strategy, as well as corporate services. So please welcome Mr. Wilfred Au, Executive Director Commercial in the Urban Renewal Authority. And his topic is Sustainable Urban Renewal for Future City. Mr. Au, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear analysts, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunities to share about our views on future city. My presentation today will focus on the importance of sustainable urban renewal, such as for future cities such as Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a developed world-class city competing among others. Due to the lack of land available for development in the past 20 years, the growth of the city inevitably focused on renewing brownfield land to maintain its competitiveness. The red dots on the map shows the location of both of our renewal projects were located in the inner core of the Hong Kong. Given the scale of these renewal projects, the planning game create mostly limit to the areas level and seldom go beyond a city level. Sorry, something wrong with this. The mouse doesn't work. The clock is ticking, huh? There we go. Okay, thank you. Therefore, to plan for future of Hong Kong, it's natural for many of us to turn to new development areas such as the Gaoyizhou, artificial islands, and northern metropolis. These 2 massive land supply projects will generate 4,000 hectares of buildable areas for the city in the coming decades or so. With this considerable amount of new land supply become available, have equal attention being given to planning for a future city that incorporates need for urban renewal? Or in other words, how can we plan for the growth of a future city by integrating the need of urban renewal with supply of new land? The key to develop a future city is to complement the old and the new, rather than separating them. To create a sustainable and innovative future city, it is essential to orchestrate the development of new areas and the renewal of old areas in the symphony of city development. New areas has maybe fewer constraints from existing demographic limit and may start from scratch with a completely new plan to achieve expected goal in a more direct and quickly manner. The renewal of old developed areas, although it takes longer, is an important asset to a city arising from its organic growth and transformation of existing resources. The coexistence of both shall make a city interesting, special, and attractive. They create a unique brand of heritage and innovations. Additionally, infrastructure and buildings ages over time. Inevitably, new development areas become old developed areas. It's a matter of time before distinguishing between new and old. Let's zoom in what new development area can contribute to the future of a city. First, new development areas play a key role in providing direct land supply to support new cutting-edge initiatives and pillars. such as hubs for aviation, innovation and technology, art and cultural exchange associated with the Greater Bay Areas. Secondly, creating new land enables city to set a new standard in enhancing livability, such as open space and living space per capita, and boosting the international ranking of a city. The third one, which may be easily overlooked, the major limitation in renewal of old area is lack of opportunity space for redevelopment, such as decanting and rehousing. The additional land resources can facilitate renewal of old developed area on a bigger scale, achieving similar function delivered in new development areas. This is a critical success factor in sustainable urban renewal. I will further elaborate in the latter part of my presentation. How about the old developed areas after renewal? How it contributes to the future of a city? First, regeneration in old area can quickly contribute a strong and stable economic growth by leveraging its well-established economic activities. This in return provides strong financial support for creating more new land for the growth of a city. Secondly, renewal is not bulldozing, and valuable historical and cultural assets preserved will shape the set characters of a city. This can also boost the tourism industry and maintain its competitiveness among other cities. Third, you may find it difficult to understand how an old developed area can contribute to support renewal needs, especially when we do not have sufficient land. Yes, it's difficult, but not impossible. It requires more than just three-dimensional city planning. It requires a four-dimensional city planning, which takes into account of temporal dimension to create an opportunity for in situ land reserve for renewal. I said in situ land reserve within old developed area. This is a very important land reserve because we cannot always rely on new developed areas. Only the in situ land reserve can create flexibility and opportunities for renewal without displacing the existing essential economic and social activities. To achieve the above-mentioned vision, in 2017, URA commissioned a district renewal study for Yau Ma Tei and Mong Kok to explore a sustainable solution for urban renewal. This is also the first large-scale urban renewal study being conducted in Hong Kong. Yau Ma Tei and Mong Kok are the two oldest parks in Hong Kong. According to the baseline review in 2017, the study area covers 212 hectares, housing about 213,000 people, with a very high population density of about 180 persons per 1,000 square meters, which is 6 times of the Hong Kong average. Out of the 3,354 buildings, over 65% are over 50 years old, and nearly half of the buildings are relatively poor conditions. However, the pace of urban renewal is slow. Up to the 2017, only 53 redevelopment for residential or composite use were recorded in the past 20 years. One of the reasons is that the residual development potential is relatively low, only 7% remaining under the permissible cap. Therefore, apart from formulating a good physical plan to guide the renewal to achieve the planning vision, this study identified and tests out new approach to address urban decay in a more effective and sustainable manner. Given renewal is extremely capital intensive, it cannot and will not be mastered by a single agent. A key takeaway from the Yawang study is to develop a set of new planning tools to unleash the redevelopment potential, aiming to incentivize participation of more market players to curb the urban decay. This is also the first time in Hong Kong that 3 redevelopment intensity are used to guide the renewal process that hinge on the actual availability of land and financial resources. 3 scenarios under different population and development intensity were proposed to achieve the same planning vision. 3 sets of different master renewal concept plans were then formulated with corresponding planning tools proposed for recommendation to government. As shown, 5 development nodes have been mapped out to explore theme-based renewal opportunities, with corresponding initiatives proposed to be taken, including redevelopment, revitalization, preservation, and rehabilitations. So, for example, around the Princess Road MTR station is one of the development nodes proposed, with the aim of elevating the existing blue-green resources into an urban waterway park, something similar to KS mentioned, how to leverage on the existing blue-green resources to catalyze the regeneration of surrounding fabric. But due to the time limit, I'm not going to discuss the physical planning in details, and you can find a booklet in our website for further information about the recommendations. Rather, I would spend more time to share our views on the implementation part. As I mentioned before, sustainable urban renewal needs to plan against time. The whole process may take not years, but decades to complete, and sensitive to the ever-changing and unpredictable external factors, such as the runtime, financial and downturn property market, geopolitical tensions, and new normal after the pandemic on working and lifestyle. Hence, the planning tools proposed is equally important as physical plans. To make it work, and shall maintain a high level of flexibility for timely response to any further future changes over a longer time frame. Therefore, here are some of the proposed new planning tools under the Yawong District Study to increase the planning flexibility and resilience. The first one is the Street Consolidation Area, SCA. Under the zoning of the SCA, the intention is to close off inefficient road space in the longer term and turns them into much needed amenity space. Additional development potential from the coastal street will distribute to the adjoining land parcel to allow a slightly higher plot ratio to catalyze private redevelopment. For a layout plan to be included in the SCA, implementation of the whole SCA can be carried out in phases without jeopardizing the holistic replanning of the area in longer term. We are liaising with government in working out the details of the implementation mechanism. Next, we propose transfer of plot ratio. So far, transfer of plot ratio have been used in Hong Kong mainly for preservation of historical buildings. We propose a market-driven transfer of plot ratios on larger scale by transferring unused plot ratio at sending sites to receiving site where higher development intensity can be allowed. These sending sites may be small and isolated building with very limited redevelopment potential, or a site intend to create planning gain. As mentioned in KS, some of the wind corridor require low-rise development to make it happen. So these are the sites intended for creating planning gain in a longer run. Through the transfer of plot ratio, both redevelopment and restructuring opportunities will be optimized. Under a renewal concept plan guided in the whole exercise, this will provide an effective platform for a more flexible and fast restructuring of the old areas in three-dimensional contribute by both market and government. The initiative was accepted by government with guidelines published for market participation in Yau Ma Tei and Mong Kok district last month. Third, we propose interchangeability of domestic use and non-domestic use within a range. The proportion of residential and non-residential plot ratio is fixed at that moment. In Kowloon, for instance, it is 7.5 to 1.5 respectively. It is quite common that such setting may lead to inefficient use and wastage of floor area in some commercial floor and podiums. Therefore, we propose to allow a greater degree of flexibility for the market to adjust the mix within a reasonable range to suit the specific development needed in response to the locality and to future changes over a longer period of time. This initiative has been adopted in the latest outline zoning plan, approved outline zoning plan of Mong Kok and for market participation in June this year. While on the Yawong District Study, another new initiative was also proposed to further enhance planning agility against the ever-changing market. But in 2022, URA has proposed a floating planning parameters under the planning regime for Kwun Tong Town Centre redevelopment project. This allows certain flexibility for developer to timely respond to the changing market by adjusting within a specified range for retail, office, hotel users, without the need of making separate planning submissions. Recently, given the changing demand for office and hotel users, a mixed-use development mode modeling a more diversified land use concept of vertical city has been proposed for town plan board considerations. The proposal not only keeps the same degree of flexibility on the non-domestic mix, it also enables developers to design the split of the domestic and non-domestic mix with a range to timely respond to the changing market. The flexibility created can also enhance the planning resilience of the project after completion in the longer term by allowing adjustment of the mix within the same specified range. We hope the pioneered concept of vertical city in Kwun Tong Town Centre will be supported by Townland Board. It entails not only a new vertical dimensions of multiple use in strategic locations, playing the role as the future Kwun Tong Town Centre, and to elevate its significance from district to city level by energizing the immediate CBD2 and the new waterfront in future Kowloon East, as shown in red color. To a greater extent, the new planning tools proposed can serve as an example of how urban renewal can transform old into the new, creating an equal amount of impact as new development areas in shaping future of Hong Kong. You must know Skytree in Tokyo, something similar. Now, with all these effective tools and good plans, how can we kickstart the process, especially when we lack additional land and financial resources? If we wait, how long can we afford to do so without urban decay outpacing urban renewal? Let's look at the magnitude of the urban decay problem. Based on our record in 2022, the average age of building being demolished and redeveloped is around 50 years. The number of buildings aged 50 or above will increase from 12,000 at that moment to around 25,000 in 20 years' time, as shown by the red line. But urban renewal in the past decades was very much outpaced by the rate of urban decay. The redevelopment throughputs of URA and the private sector, as projected and shown by the green line, are far below the red line. In addition, the throughput will gradually flatten due to the reducing role of private sector as aged buildings with redevelopment potential diminish. But if the service life of building had been designed for 70 years, for example, the situation will have been very different. As illustrated by the blue line on the chart, it would have been well within URA capacity to handle the redevelopment of the 70-year-old buildings. Therefore, the crucial matter is whether we can successfully extend the service life of those buildings aged 50 to 70 years through proper building repairs and maintenance by owners. This brings to introduction of the three-cycle urban renewal approach. Given the urban decay outpacing renewal, and there are no readily available land and financial resources, to strive to catch up to achieve a sustainable urban renewal, URA boldly proposed using a three-cycle approach. In the first cycle, this is the position what we are facing now, and so it is a very critical cycle to kickstart the journey. We need to do three things in this cycle, including extending the service life of building to create a window for the society to focus resources on redeveloping those old buildings that have not been properly maintained and seriously dilapidated. Unleash the redevelopment potential through new planning tools to make redevelopment of those buildings viable to all market players. And the most important part is creating new land resources so that we can move on to following cycle. Although a solid mechanism is yet to be developed by the society, the process leads to kickstart to create the favorable condition. Moving to the second cycle, with the anticipated land supply from new development area, it is time to redevelop the building with service life being extended in the first cycle. According to the latest estimate in the public domain, with the supply of the 1,300 hectares of land in 10 years later, opportunities will be created not only to thin out population in the urban area to enhance livability. Additionally, by using the concept of transfer population across districts, it can also explore to create in situ land reserve for local renewal in the subsequent cycle. This is important, as I mentioned before. Only the in situ land reserve can enable restructuring of old area without displacing essential city function, and thus facilitate a more healthy and less disruptive growth of the city. Going to the third cycle, it is the time when the new buildings developed in the first cycle and properly Gaoyizhou and Northern Metropolis begin to deteriorate. We have to go into the second renewal. At that time, we should already have a healthy land supply and financial reserve to put renewal on the right track. That's what I believe. I hope that would happen. The city will also readily equip not only to achieve a higher standard for livability, but also a higher resilience to respond to various challenges. At this running short of time in my presentation today, I think I cannot go into detail of each cycle, and hopefully my highlight will give you an overview of our thought on how to sustain urban renewal in a developed city. To conclude the presentation, I would like to emphasize that urban renewal is an ongoing process that evolves over time. A forward-looking approach is required to generate long-term benefits. Therefore, an ideal city planning strategy should consider potential challenge from the outset, with planning tools that are flexible enough to maintain a high level of resilience and agility. This field's last slide will prompt you a conceptual idea, illustrating how the fee cycle may apply to achieve a sustainable urban renewal. First cycle, upzoning through different planning tools required to kickstart urban renewal of old districts to curb the imminent urban decay. In the second cycle, land reserve generated from the new development areas such as Gaoyizhou and Northern Metropolis will provide additional land resources to support renewal of the remaining part of old district, with service life of the buildings within successfully extended. The aim of the new development area not only include reducing population density in the old area, but also through transfer of plot ratio across district, in situ land reserve can be created in the second cycle for future renewal need of both local and cross district area in subsequent cycles. Starting from the third cycle onwards, when Northern Metropolis and Gaoyizhou or other development completed in the first cycle need to be renewed, land reserve created in previous cycle or other new development area can contribute to support. Similarly, under a forward planning approach, with renewal needs being incorporated from the outset, the future city grows over time to achieve a sustainable urban renewal. Here, it comes to the end of my presentation. I would like to take this opportunity to reflect on the challenge that lies ahead of us. A future city cannot be made with urban decay unattended. Like many other cities, we are all trying to find a cure to curb the urban decay. It is a challenge that we are facing across boundaries, and one that we will be facing more fiercely as our city ages. However, I am confident that with faith and determination, we can overcome the obstacle that blocking the road to future city. We must put together all our mind and resources across boundaries to tackle this challenge before it's too late. This requires a collaborative effort from all sectors of society, including government, businesses, and citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ao, for sharing with us the measures and action plans for us to achieve sustainable urban renewal and eventually to enhance the livability of our city. Now, when it comes to planning and building a livable and sustainable city, experts must gather together and have as much information as possible to make wise and effective decisions. Our next speaker will share with us her insights on place-based knowledge for spatial planning of a sustainable Hong Kong, and she is Professor Ng Min Kam, Vice Chairman of the Department of Geography and Resource Management, CUHK. Professor Ng is the Director of the Urban Studies Program at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. She is a Fellow of the Royal Town Planning Institute, the Academy of Social Sciences in the UK, and the Hong Kong Institute of Planners, and her publications have earned her 7 HKIP awards. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together to welcome Professor Ng. Professor Ng, please.
Thank you for having me. Originally, the organizer asked me to talk about the geography of Hong Kong on land use. So I'm going to take you through not just the geography, but also the history of Hong Kong. And to start, I'm not giving you a quiz, although I'm a prof, so I like to give quiz. How much do we know about the place-based knowledge? So instead of talking just about, land uses, I want, every one of us, after lunch, let's do some planning imagination. So the geography of Hong Kong. Now imagine that you are a retiring government official, not HKSAR, but in the Song Dynasty of Imperial China, and you pass through Hong Kong, the Deep Bay area, and then you see this piece of flat land on the northwestern part of Hong Kong, and you feel like, well, remember those days agrarian, agricultural, economy. You think that, wow, that's flat land with a mountain at the back and water in front. So in Chinese, it's very good feng shui, right? So you went to talk to the emperor and ask him if you could have the land. And in those days, if you paid a bit of money to the imperial court, you would get the land. And that's how we have all these great names, right? Occupying the best land areas in our western part and northern part of the new territories. They are the sort of, we all know, right? The Man, the Tang, the New, and the Pang, etc. And you can see where they occupied. And you can see many other villages in our city as well, the yellow dogs, because they were the latecomers. They were called the hawkers, the guest people, and so they have to occupy the valleys in the mountainous areas. So you may ask this question, but why do we all call these, old areas new territories, right? So I think the answer is quite straightforward because of history. So we all know that back in 1842, the island of Hong Kong was ceded to be a British, colony. And then it's Kowloon. Well, to the British colonial government, it was quite imposing with, Imperial China right north of it. So they wanted a buffer zone. So that's why they got the new territories for 99 years. That's why we have the 1997 question. So it's this history and the geography of Hong Kong that has a lot to do with the land uses that we can see today. All right. So you see the map of Hong Kong. The brown areas are the urban areas. All the green areas are our lovely country park. And then the pinkish orange areas, they are our new towns. And then the yellow areas are rural areas. Now, after the setting up of the People's Republic of China in 1949, that affects our geography and our land uses. Because of transferred industrialization, we started to see reclamation in areas like Kwun Tong, and then there were changes in the new territories as well. I don't know whether you know about the fact that in the past Hong Kong, the main crop that we grew, it was paddy. Our rice was sent to the imperial court for their consumption. So it's of very good quality. But anyway, that's how we started our reclamation to accommodate all these influx of industrial establishment. And in the new territories, instead of rice farming, we started to do vegetable crop growing. Now in the 60s, because of the influx of people in Hong Kong, we have housing issues. I'll show you, photos soon. And because of the housing issues, life was quite difficult. In the 1960s, we did have the urban riots. And to respond to the urban riots, the colonial government started to think about giving people dignified homes. And they developed the 10-year housing program. And in order to accommodate this housing, they started to build new towns. So that was the situation, a very dire situation. I mean, we should be very proud. I mean, like Singapore, we also, got rid of our squatters and we put people into dignified homes. But it had to do with, scenes like that. Probably many of you had not seen it. You probably were not born yet. And the colonial government actually started this 10-year housing policy, and that's how we started all this reclamation for all these new towns developments. So that's the 60s and 70s, we started to build these new towns. A lot of people had this impression that Hong Kong was much more developed than our mainland China. But if you consider it, when we were full steam building our first generation or second generation new towns, China actually started to open its door in the late 1970s. So the gap was really not that big. But China's open door policy led to another transformation of our cityscape. In the new territories, we started to see things like this. So because of the rapid industrialization in the Pearl River Delta, at that time they were still not building ports. So the port of Hong Kong suddenly became a regional port. And we didn't have enough backup, facilities, and that's the transformation of a lot of agricultural land in the new territories. At the same time, in the urban areas, because of this spatial transformation, Hong Kong was not going down into the route of industrialization. We actually tertiarized our economy, becoming a financial center. Development came back to the city center, densifying it. And that's why if we look at Hong Kong's land uses, or what we call the density regimes, we have three dramatic density regimes. The urban area's density, is about 36,000 per square kilometers. The new towns, 20,000 per square kilometers, whereas the rural areas only 1,100 square kilometers. If we represent, instead of land, we use population to represent Hong Kong. So in a tiny bit of land, like a quarter of our land is housing 90% of our population, whereas 3/4 of our land, we only have about less than 10% of our population. So putting this into numbers, that's what we can see. So currently in our urban areas, and in our new towns, it houses about 3.5 million, population. But in terms of land area, the new towns a lot more than the urban areas. But if you look into the areas in the new territories, the rural new territories, excluding the conserved areas, the amount of land is bigger than the urban areas and the new towns combined. So that gives rise to that kind of density that we can see. So if that's the case, why do we always say that there is a shortage of land in Hong Kong? What happened to our city? Our city have about 40-ish% conservation areas, 1/4 of land being built up, and about 30%. You can see this agglomeration of land uses, green belts, shrubs, brownfield sites, land hoarded by developers, agricultural land, fisheries, etc. So that's one thing. So it seems like, Hong Kong is not really short of land. Now, another thing that we always ask is, a lot of people say, Hong Kong is short of housing. Now, these figures, I did not make it up. It's from the government. It's housing in figures. You can check it. Now, the blue bars are the number of housing units, and the orange bars are the number of households, right? So in terms of public housing, according to these figures, we do have about 34,000, plus units more than number of households. And in terms of subsidized housing, it's about 26,000. And in terms of private housing, that's almost like 250,000. So, of course, you will say, Mika, it doesn't make sense because we always say that Hong Kong is short of housing. Well, those are official figures. The government actually did a study on the subdivided units, and we are now having 110,000 subdivided units housing about 226,000 people. If we look at the figures that we just had, in theory, every one of those people living in a subdivided units, they have a flat to live in theory. But of course, we understand that they cannot. Why? Because it's not because we are short of housing. These housing are simply not affordable to them. Why they are not affordable? So if you look into this figure, so that's the private domestic housing price index. All these are government, figures. So you can see that from the year 1998 to last year, we have almost like, the index has increased almost like 4 times. And you can see that when we first returned to Chinese rule, we've been building more housing, especially public rental housing, but it kind of like dropped off. And until recently, we started the subsidized housing scheme. So one of the reasons maybe is this. Now, another reason maybe, if you look into land department figures, the yellow bars are the land premium that our government has been getting over the years. So you might be surprised, because I was surprised when I look at these figures, because after SARS, we thought that, economy not very good. But then you can see that land premium, it seems to be very important to support the government. Later on, I'll show you a slide. But then one thing which is very interesting is this correlation of the land premium per square meters with the average housing price seems to be, correlating. And we think that, okay, we're not short of land. It seems like we do have housing, but housing is not affordable. And it seems like it has to do with land being too expensive. Or is that also related to the fact that land revenue is land revenue and land development related revenue seems to be also very important to support the government revenue. So if you look into this, according to the yearbooks over the years, it seems like land development related revenue, stamp duties, etc., land premium, etc. They are very important, in terms of percentage to operate, the whole government. Now, what kind of insights do we have from the data? So I think, first of all, we do have land, right? Especially in the rural new territories. We are not short of housing, but we are short of affordable housing. And well, if housing is not affordable, has to do with the price of land, and the price of land or the income related to this very high priced land, is important for government revenue. Does it mean that maybe the government should think of ways to, operate itself rather than just relying so heavily on land? Today we're talking about housing. So I tried to look into the statistics and try to understand who are these people who need housing most. I tried to get the latest census data, but it seems like they are not out yet. So I'm very sorry, it's still 2016 data. Now, as at 2016, what I find, according to the data, is that about 15% of all the households in Hong Kong, they were renting, okay? So which, give rise to about 370,000 households. They are renting in Hong Kong, so more than 1 million people in a sense. Now, among, these number of households, about 41%, which is like 150,000 households, they were then paying less than $6,000. So I made the assumption that, well, even back in 2016, if you were paying, less than $6,000, you probably were not living in a very decent house, right, or accommodation. So I made that assumption. I don't know, like subject to challenge. And then I tried to look into which districts were these people living. And those with the slash bars, will have a larger percentage of those households living in those districts. So you can see that we just had a URA presentations. So you can see that Yau Chi Mong, Sham Shui Po, Kowloon City, Kwun Tong, and then, you know, in a sense, and also you can see, I think, okay, never mind. Seems like this is the old slides. I actually sent in a new one. It was not downloaded. Anyway, so actually Chuen Wan as well. And then, you know, and the Northern District. Now, these are all target areas of URA with a lot of people living in those, you know, relatively cheaper housing, more affordable to them. So I really hope that when URA is going to do the redevelopment in whatever cycle you're doing, you know, please make sure that they will be taken care of because they make up quite a sizable part of that areas. And also the new areas, Yunong and the Northern District. So I think from these insights, the government is really moving in the right direction. Didn't we say that we do have land in the Northern, you know, District, in Yunong, in Northern District? So the Northern Metropolis, I would say, is the right direction to go. And also the government has promised to build more public housing. That is definitely, you know, what we need because we are not short of housing, but we are short of affordable housing. And public housing in Hong Kong is famous for its affordability. Then, so this is the place-based knowledge part. Now, how can we do spatial planning for sustainable Hong Kong? How can we do it sustainably? That will be our challenge. We are in the right direction, but how can we deliver something like, you know, what this morning Dr. Liu has advised us? I think that is something we need to consider. Remember, these new territories actually contain a lot of natural and cultural heritage. So it's very important, but it's absolutely necessary for this cultural and natural heritage to be sustainable. I don't know how many of you know, how many villagers do you know that we have in Hong Kong as a whole? You say, villages? Are you kidding me? Right. Well, I'm not. We have close to 700 villages in Hong Kong. The recognized villages is close to, you know, 650. And then in the Northern District, you know, the Northern Metropolis areas alone, we have 272 villages. How much do we know about, you know, these villages? Place-based knowledge, very important. I understand that KK will talk about the Northern Metropolis very soon. In the Northern Metropolis Development Strategy, there are 6 planning principles. We have the urban-rural integration, proactive conservation, and then the others are more related to economic development, whether it's ecotourism, creating capacity for development, providing land for economic development. I want to sort of look at something that it's still, you know, for consultation. The deadline is on Saturday. It's the Sentient Technopole. So that's from the Northern Metropolis Development Strategy with the purple circle. And this is what the government has announced. So the idea, if we sort of like refer back to the strategy itself, it's about urban-rural integration and proactive conservation. I want to sort of like show some of my concern because if you look into the government's rendering of the future plans, you can see that the villages will be surrounded by new developments. So I'm not sure what will happen to these villages. Are they going to be integrated? I stole this slide from Hong Kong Institute of Architects workshop. when Katie Chick presented, I think she had a very nice slide that I stole from her, and she asked about this question about, are we fragmenting, this situation? Is this integration or just urbanization, outright urbanization? So I think that how can we do this integration better is very important. Another thing is about the fact that I think when we first look at the strategy itself, it has a very great respect to the fish ponds. And I think many people, if you've seen this, sentient technopole, you would be a little bit concerned because it actually eats into the wetland conservation area and took up, the buffer zone. So this is the map that you can see. So basically, the red line is the whole new plan, and then it's actually going into the conservation area as well as the buffer zone, just leaving, the villages in the middle intact. So that's the existing land uses and the future one. So what I want to say, as a planner by training, I think it's very important for us to have place-based knowledge before we identify the issues and problems. Setting up vision is also very important. I think we, had it clearly sorted out this morning by Dr. Liu. So place-based knowledge focuses a lot on research, evidence-based kind of planning for better rural-urban integration. And this holistic and comprehensive planning is very important for us to develop visions. So I want to share some documents with you, which I think will help us to develop a much stronger vision for the future development of Hong Kong. UN Habitat's, rallying experts all over the world who are concerning about urban-rural linkages actually developed this document and set up these guiding principles to tell people how to better integrate urban and rural areas. And it's very important for us to have this system approach, rallying different, partners, having inclusive financial systems, having systems that respect people's rights, be sensitive to the environment, and also based on evidence, and also based on research and data. And I think these are very important for us. Another thing which we heard a lot throughout today's conference is, the importance of pursuing development that is not going to exceed the ecological ceiling. This is donor economics developed by Kate Raworth at Oxford University. So basically, it's so important for us to pursue development that will respect the ecological boundaries and at the same time providing solid social foundations for different stakeholders, different groups of people in our society, whether it's their living, our food, education, basically, the 17 SDGs, which aims to help us to do planet, place, and people-friendly development based on, partnership. That is also very important. Or closer to home, as an urbanist, after the SDGs, United Nations actually passed the new urban agenda, and the slogan is leaving no one, no place, and no ecology behind. So I remember Dr. Liu this morning, he said that if you respect the land, if you respect Earth, people respect you, right? You will have esteem. And I think that is so true. So according to the New Urban Agenda, there are a set of interrelated principles. Dr. Liu also mentioned a lot about governance, and governance is also key to the New Urban Agenda. And also the importance of respecting biodiversity, ecosystem, providing, sustainable cities, landscapes through this governance, finance, and various built form. And of course, we are living in a smart age, low carbon. We have Mr. Wang talking about carbon neutrality and also smart technology, helping us to deliver that. Okay, so spatial planning for a sustainable Hong Kong requires a vision. I think this vision has to be an ecological and humane urbanism based on, place-based research, evidence. Process becomes very important. We need to rally everyone on, developing alternatives, doing good evaluation. I understand in Singapore they do a lot of, monitoring, evaluation, like, the 3 cycles that URA also is thinking is very important. Doing this impact assessment, making decisions so that we can actually, improve. So to conclude, I think, Hong Kong has land, especially in the rural new territories. So I think we are in the right direction to think about developing, northern metropolis. Especially, we actually don't have a very big housing problem, to be frank, because we are just talking about, less than 500,000 people have dire housing needs. It's 6% of our population. Given the wealth of the city, I'm sure we have the resources to tackle that. But then, of course, we need to think about how can we depend less on land and property development for the government revenue. And I really hope that given all the natural and cultural heritage and the northern districts in Yunnan, well, that's not our new territories, it's our old territories. I hope we're not building concrete jungles there. Okay, we can build a bit of concrete jungle, but not everywhere. It has to respect the land. Respect the land, people will respect us, Dr. Liu said. So we need evidence-based and vision-driven kind of strategy so that we can sustain, the marvelous heritage that we have in our city. And I think that's why place-based knowledge and a vision-driven, by this ecosystem-centered and also human-centered development is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ng, for sharing with us the importance of place-based knowledge for spatial planning. Moving on, we will get some inspirations on the topic Future Urban Living of the Older Population under Climate Change, which will be presented by Professor Ng Yan-yong, Yao Ling Sen Professor of Architecture at the School of Architecture of Chinese University of Hong Kong. Professor Ng is Yao Ling Sen Professor of Architecture in the School of Architecture of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and he specializes in green building, environmental and sustainable design, and urban climatology for city planning. So now I'll pass over the time to Professor Ng, and please put our hands together to welcome Professor Ng on stage.
Normally, when people ask me to speak in the middle of the afternoon, it is when you all are sleeping. So if you are doing that, have been doing that, please make sure that you make as little noise as possible. Right? Okay. Before I start, I want to do something. Ask you a question. How many of you would pack for holiday next year using tomorrow's weather? Okay, all of you are sleeping. Thank you. Now, I always like to play a little bit of devil's advocate. KS is always positive, optimistic, and political. I am always scary, pessimistic, and scientific. Okay, you can interpret that, I don't mind, okay? And let's suppose, for 1 second, only 1 second, no more than that, okay, that KS is wrong. And carbon neutrality has not been achieved. Business as usual, 馬照跑，舞照跳, in English means horses and dancing continuous, something like that. What would happen? What would happen? Okay. This is a slide that I would like to ask you to think about. How many of you can be 99 or over 99% sure that some of this will happen? Especially the bottom left-hand corner one. Okay. And my mom would like the 豬肉10蚊2斤. This will happen, okay, no problem with that. I mean, 馬 not 照跑，舞 not 照跳. But I would like to tell you three things that we are over 99% certain. Okay? One is, of course, climate change. We all know about this already. And a lot of speakers have talked about the consequences, drought, fire, sea level, ice, and all these other things. This is the most important slide of my lecture because it kind of, in a way, challenged what KS was talking about, carbon neutrality. This is the carbon dioxide emission of mankind since 1970 when I was a small boy. And it keeps on growing from 20 gigaton to 40 gigaton now. So, and the red line that I showed you there, in the beginning of that red line is 1997. You all know that 1997 is a very important year, yes? Yes, yes, because we are all Chinese now. And in that year, the Kyoto Protocol was signed, that everybody agreed that we should reduce our carbon dioxide emission by 5% a year, year on, okay? And if that is honored, then now our carbon dioxide emission will be half of what it was 25 years ago. Unfortunately, the world is not that optimistic, and it keeps on growing the other way. Until this year, the carbon dioxide emission is just under 40 gigatons, i.e. twice what 1997 was about. That is to say, not only that we did not decrease our carbon dioxide emission, we actually doubled it in the last 25 years. And now, of course, after COP21, people always believe that we can somehow reduce it to zero in 20 or 30 years. Can you see now? Okay, you can believe that. You can believe that. My feeling is that it will keep on going like the SSP5, i.e., we are going to double our carbon dioxide emission in 25 years. That was my belief, as opposed to what KS tried to believe, that we will be zero in 25 years' time. The only dip that we have is that little dip that COVID has caused us. Actually, God, i.e. bacteria or virus, can do better. So if COVID come back, our target to carbon neutrality can be a little bit more optimistic. Please come back. Now, a lot of people believe that the climate will change, we're getting hotter, but hotter is not, or the temperature is going to rise. That is not the problem. The problem is, this is not the problem. This is the solution. This is the, why jump to slide every time? Hey. If what we are trying to, okay. What we're trying to say is that in the COP21, everybody believes that 1.5 and 2 degrees will be our target. But however, last year, actually, the UNEP has suggested that with what we have done since 2015, we are going to see 3 degrees anyway. So forget about 1.5, forget about 2, we're going to see 3. I'm absolutely certain that next year, when COP try to reconvene, that 3 will become 3.5. And in 2 years' time, become 4, and so on. Let's see. So 1.5 and 2 degrees, forget it, no more. It's 3 now or more. And this is a slide that I always use to enlighten my students. You're not my students, so you don't need to understand this. The temperature is going to rise, but the more important thing is that this climate is going to be more unstable. And it is this instability that kills you more. Cool will become cooler and hot will become hotter. So either one of them can kill you. So it's the instability that is the main problem. What we call the extreme weather is due to the unstable climate situation, which is now happening. Okay, Beijing has seen 300 millimeters per day of rainfall. 300 millimeters is a lot. It's actually equal to Hong Kong's the entire August rainfall in 3 days. and that's why it's flooding. Hong Kong has just seen the hottest July, and likewise in Europe and in other parts of the world, we are seeing 50 degrees Celsius, unprecedented. Just last year, or this year. This is the famous saying, the era of global boiling, okay, not heating, has arrived. Now you look at this graph. This is the graph of climate in the year for the last 60 years. And this year is that one here, which is the record of all the 60 years, okay? And I'm absolutely certain that this graph will get better or higher next year. And you can see that the scientific statistics, this line is actually way above all the other line in the last 60 years. And this is what we have experienced a few days ago. And this one will keep on going. I'm absolutely certain about that one. Now, enough science. This is Hong Kong. Okay, 世界亂糟糟，香港更美好。Okay, now, not true. Okay, this is the Hong Kong Observatory data that a few days ago we have broken 11 records again. Actually, this is not new. Every year, a few records was broken. Every year. A few years ago, 18. Last year was 9. This year is 11. So we are not doing too bad. But one of the things that I would like to highlight is this guy here, which I will talk about a little bit more. The number of hot nights has been risen in that 1 month to 25. Remember the slides that KS showed, okay? A few years ago, it was only 1 or 2. Now it's 25. And I can tell you the consequences of this 25 as opposed to 5. Scientific. Now, we did a study for the Hong Kong government. KS mentioned that I think led by the chief secretary or somebody important. Okay, I can't remember his name now. Okay. That we tried to predict what would happen to Hong Kong's infrastructure given the problem of rising temperature and the burning of CO2. We find out that actually, if 馬照跑冇照跳 i.e. things remain as normal, then we can see in the future we are talking about a few degrees more, not just 1, 2, up to 5 degrees more. 5. Now, burn into your head now, it will say 5. Next year, if you invite me, it will be 6. Oh, sure, okay, thank you. I got a job. It will be 6, it will be 7, okay, it will be more. So this is scientific fact as checked up by the Hong Kong Observatory people. So if they check it correctly, then we are right. Now this is the most scary things that I can tell you. When you were young, or some of you were young, you suffer this amount of hot day and hot night. All right? However, in 20 years' time, when you are my age, or younger than me, of course, you will suffer this amount of hot day and hot night. And by the end of the century, and when you are old, very old, you will suffer this amount of hot day and hot night. Now, let me tell you this. Hong Kong's official length of summer is 3 months. 3 months, how many days? Yes, 255. Okay, now, no, 92, okay? i.e., in no time at all, every day in Hong Kong is going to be very hot day and very hot night. And in no time at all, your children, or when you're getting older, May, June, July, August, October, November, and perhaps even December, you will see hot day and hot night. Now, i.e. every day will be hot, very hot day and very hot night. Just now the slide shows 25 in 1 month. I'm telling you it's 31 per month for 5 months. Okay, now come the crunch. Okay, these are the facts. Okay, this will happen if KS was wrong. Okay, I really hope that he was right. But if he were wrong, then we will suffer all these things in no time at all when you are perhaps my age. The second thing is that we are always talking about is urbanization. We will build more, 住好啲, build more, 住好啲, build more. Interesting. Now, for those of you who are scientists, okay, I'm quite sure you are not, then you understand what I'm showing you. Then these are the energy budget onto the Earth's surface and out of the Earth's surface. You can see that the city actually can store a lot more heat, cannot evaporate the heat out, and can contribute the heat by using a lot of apparatus. So all these things means that more heat is being stored in the city. This is physics, okay? You cannot deny it. You cannot cool things down because of the fact that you are storing a lot of it, okay? So if you build bigger city, more densified city, you're going to have a problem. There's no denial of that. And with that kind of understanding, energy budget, we actually put together this particular map. This is not 中原地價圖, okay? But it's close, because if you live in this area, you live in this area, William, yeah? Or that area, you have no problem whatsoever. But however, if you are like my mom, living in this kind of area, you have a lot of problem. What kind of problem? Not only that the climate has changed, the urban environment has changed, and you will suffer up to 3 to 4 degrees more. So every time when the observatory say today is 28 degrees, you +5 if you live in 潮雲山, you -1 if you live in 飛鵝山, okay? Something like that. And of course, CHK is here, so try to go there more often. Hong Kong U is there somewhere, okay, so don't worry about them. Oh, they have better standard than we are, so we have to make jokes about them too. All right, so this particular map shows us where the problems are. So take a picture if you are in this area, try to okay, move house. But like me come say you have to afford it. And we actually calibrated that with the real data, observatory data, that the number of hot day and number of hot night is like this. Day is not a problem because normally you come here to enjoy my speech, okay, in the air conditioning environment like this, okay, dress up properly and do something like that if you have no time at all. Now, at night you sleep. When you sleep, you die. Oh no, you can die without knowing. Hey, 叫唔醒㗎咁啊，掛咗。So this is the problem at night. Actually, urban heat island is more problematic at night because of the storage of the urban fabric giving out heat when it's not supposed to be giving out heat. So if you somehow go to Singapore, you will see that in the city, the city cool down much faster. Why? Yes, because Lee Kuan Yew was their leader. No, because they have a lot of trees. They have a lot of water to evaporate the heat away. But in Hong Kong, in the evening, the city never cool down quick enough. So these are the problem. So whenever you sleep under a situation of over 28 degrees, your doctor will tell you, turn on the aircon or suffer, because the body cannot recover if the temperature is too hot when you sleep. So I pity Lim Chiu Ying. I just wonder how he sleep. I think he never sleep. So therefore he has no problem. But if you sleep, then you have a problem. So when you go back, no, if you sleep, try to sleep now. I don't mind. So the heat at night is the more problematic issue. Now the third thing is, this is one I'm 100% sure that tomorrow you'll be older. You can be younger at heart, but you'll be older physically, right? So I have to qualify myself. But of course, you won't be as old as me, so you have no problem now. Now, in the last few years, since I'm getting old, so I try to do something that will have kind of conflict of interest or something like that. 3 minutes, I have 3 minutes. we get older, okay? So this is statistics. I don't want to talk about it. And this is 1 in 3 people will be old. I will be one of them, okay? I'm quite sure in 5 years' time, KS will be one of them too. Or 7 years' time, okay, to be exact. Now, old people are not very good at a number of things. They are very good at a few things, like swearing at people and scolding you and giving you trouble. But they're not very good at this kind of things. And all these are related to the body's inability to adjust to the weather. Actually, our study has shown that actually old people actually suffer, and they die, and then they say, we are not very all right. Suffer, die. I'm not very good. Okay. Then that is to say they cannot detect the problem themselves because their bodies is too slow to react to the signal. Therefore, they suffer and die before they can complain. That's why old people very seldom complain because they die first. And old people, they don't like air conditioning too. You all know that. Sup. And every time I see this on the street, I just wonder why this can happen in Hong Kong, and especially on a hot day or 35 degrees. 勞工處唔包呢啲嘅喎，唔知點解？哦，唔係人 ，OK 得。It's very sad. It's very sad that that these people will suffer more and more because of the turning red. So putting all this together, old people, Edward, climate change, KS, and then built environment and Hong Kong GBC all together, then we put together a project that in the last 5 years got some funding from the government, from certain parts of the government, to try to relate the climate, the built environment, and the services support system together. I'm going to be very fast because I have 2 minutes. And then we actually calibrate the weather data in 50 years' time, in 100 years' time. What is going to happen? What are the problems? What is the extent of the problem? This is a very important slide because it shows you that if you have hot day and hot night kind of combined, what we call the heat wave phenomenon, then you are 5% more likely to die. Okay, 5% translate to the Hong Kong's mortality rate is 1 or 2 more people per day, i.e. a few hundred per year will die because of this connection of 5 events and so on and so forth. But remember, just now I told you, 25 days, 31 days, the entire month. So you're going to die 6 times in 1 month. That is how it shows. So with this understanding, we actually advised the Hong Kong Observatory to revise their warning system. Tell us when we are going to die before we die. Don't tell us and then pray for us. So they have recently published a number of new guidance to alert the support system that older people are now at risk because they have a 7 days forecast of what is going to happen. And therefore they can tell people that you need to do something. 平安鐘, for example, now proactively call up the old people, say, are you okay? 仲生存緊啊? 咁樣. So not only when they suffer, then you tell them you have to PM their suffering. So this has already happened. So you have to find a way to have the better warning system. This is a very important slide because it tells you where I live and tells you where KS lives. For example, currently, if you are living in normal flat and not your flat, okay, normal flat, then you are suffering this kind of weather pattern in the summer. Okay, anything you see yellow, meaning that you are going to die. But in 2040, the same flat, same design, you will see a few problematic things, and then so on. Okay, but then if you live in an ill-designed flat, not very well designed, then something will happen. Now you are probably okay, so you can still buy and sell without knowing anything. But in 2040, you're going to die 1, 2, 3, 4, about 20 times you're going to die in 1 year. And in 2090, you die tomorrow. Okay? And the outdoor environment is going to get worse. So this is the problem. If we continue to design our buildings today's way, this is going to happen in 50 years' time. your building is not going to be occupiable because of all this problem coming up. And therefore, you have to somehow find ways to design building for the future, using future's weather. Otherwise, you are only solving today's problem, not the problem in 50 years' time. So this is the message I want to give you. If you want to design the future, use tomorrow's data, use the future data, not yesterday's data. And we actually, I have 1 minute, we actually codify where the problems are. So not only that, we know when you are having a problem, you know where you're going to have a problem. And we have now put together for the Hong Kong GBC some guidance as to how to design better for the future. I'm not going to show you this because it has not been finished, but this is very important. We actually put together some of the socio-economic data together with the weather data, together with the demographic data, and put together this wonderful map where you're going to suffer in Hong Kong. Of course, Wujin is okay, it's still Changsek, okay? But somewhere else, you have a lot of problems. We overlay this map against Hong Kong's governments. 避暑中心, okay? We find that a lot of the 避暑中心 are elsewhere, including one in somewhere nice here. But in all this area where they are most need, there are actually one or two. And no old people we talk to, we interview a lot of them. No one, no, zero, okay, including me, go to this 避暑中心. Why? 去死啊? 去做乜啊? Okay, so you're going to die when you go there. That's why they say, nothing happened. They only turn on the aircon and say, it's not working. So wasting a lot of resources, putting the things in the wrong place, and nobody go there. I actually talked to the government once about this. They blacklist me. But I will keep on doing that until they unblacklist me, okay? 制裁我啦，死未? Okay, so what we are trying to do at the moment is to work with the 社聯, work with 紅十字會, work with 平安鐘. So these are the few things that you can do for the older people when this kind of warning system come up and they are living in that kind of combination. You can do something for them. So it's not just mitigation, it's adaptation and hardware and software together that we can solve the problem that is going to come. So, and we have a number of colleagues trying to assess the physical and as well as mental health. Actually, to be honest, if the older people's mental health is good, they can tolerate a little bit more heat. That is fact. So try to make them happy. So when you go home tonight, say hello to your mom or your grandmom, okay? Or people who are older than you, like me. And with that, then you'll be able to understand their needs more and then solve some of their problems, even when the problem persists. And a lot of the time, we also talk to them as to what they want, what they need, what they like. And so we can design our 避暑中心 or whatever, or public park, more attuned to their needs or their liking. Therefore, the city will be much more 宜居, okay, well-being or whatever they call it this way. Lam Chiu-Ying is here, so he always talk about air conditioning. I think it's more than air conditioning. It's more about caring. And after these studies, we actually proposed to the government that understanding the hotter part is only one part of the story. We also need to understand the colder part as well, because cold weather is also killing people much faster than, but it doesn't happen too often. It only happens twice a year. So you only need to die twice a year. Okay, that's all. So, but still, we want to look at the whole situation in the summer and in the winter. And in a few years' time, when you ask me to come back, I can tell you more, if I'm still alive. Now, two take-home message. If you design for the future, look at the future. Don't look at today's environment, today's problem, today's data, and predict or pretend that you are solving tomorrow's problem. You're not. The second thing is, the most important thing I always tell the government, do not try to solve today's problem by creating problems for tomorrow. One of the examples I have to say is Chap Zam Lao. They're actually solving today's problem by creating problems for tomorrow. These are the two take-home messages. Has a long-term view about our future, because we're going to live forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ng, for a very fruitful and inspirational discussion on future urban living of the older population under climate change. Moving on, we will get to explore what urban planning and design can bring about. And our next speaker is Professor Ling Ka Ken, SBS, Professor of Practice Planning of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Professor Ling is an experienced town planner. He was instrumental in the formation of the strategic plan known as Hong Kong 2030 Plus, whilst he was the Director of Planning and the Northern Metropolis Development Strategy when he was the Strategic Planning Advisor on the Hong Kong-Shenzhen Cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together to welcome Professor Ling, who will be speaking with us on Northern Metropolis opportunities for the making of globally unique townscape through urban planning and design. Professor Ling, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Edward. You wake up everybody. All right. So I would like to share with you an aspect about Northern Metropolis, which so far has not been very focused by perhaps the government or even the general public. We may have opportunities for making of a very unique townscape, through urban planning and design in Northern Metropolis. Now, this is my speaking outline. First of all, I will talk about a little bit on the Hong Kong 2030 Plus, which is a paradigm shift in strategic planning. All right, you are familiar with that. Whenever we prepare a strategic plan, actually took a few years before it can be finalized. For example, the first report on Hong Kong 2030 Plus, what we call the consultative report, was published on 2012. All right, I still remember it was October, just 1 month before my retirement from the post of Director of Planning. And then it took almost 5 years. It was 2021, again October, government published the final report of that Hong Kong 2030 Plus. In any way, there are several very important what we call the building block for that strategy, and the one I would like to highlight to you is a building block about the creating capacity for sustainable growth. When we talk about creating capacity, actually we mean two sorts of capacity. One is development capacity, and the other is environmental capacity. This is two sides of a coin, and we believe that actually we can enhance both capacities through a sustainable development process. Well, maybe you still remember this sort of situation, all right? Here is TCY, new town, properly planned, properly developed, quite well managed. And then on the other side of the road, which is outside the new town, then we end up with this sort of a situation. All right, land problem, land management problem. The problem under the private lease, which Professor Ng talked about. Song Dynasty. The people get there and then become the landowner of the place, and they still own the land, and that end up with such situation. Another situation is all these brownfield operations. All right, previously so about the land filling, and here brownfield operation. Again, it is mainly occur in privately owned land. Previously, these are agricultural land, very good farmland, but people found that they cannot make a living through cultivation, all right, and then they may earn a little bit more money through these open storage activities, and then that is the situation, all right, and then we have to change it. All right, and then that is the final report, and all the three building blocks, all the main principles, all the vision are maintained, and then we end up with a strategic framework with two metropolises. One's a Northern Metropolis, and then the other is a Harbour Metropolis, and these two metropolises will be connected by two development corridors going north to south. All right, and the important thing of the Northern Development Strategy is that it is the first time in Hong Kong's history that the northern part of the new territories is accorded the same strategic importance as our harbor core. What does it mean? It means that in the coming 10 years, 20 years, a lot of public resources will be channeled to the northern part of the new territories. All right. Our resources is always limited, and then we can imagine or we can expect more will be going to the northern metropolis. For example, at the present moment, there are 1 million people living in the northern metropolis, but we do not have one university in that area. I always ask, do we need to have a new university there, or relocate a university from the urban area to the northern metropolis? After all, we are going to have 2.5 million people, and that population is much younger, than the average of the rest of Hong Kong. So if we go back on the methodology or the mindset or the paradigm in preparing Hong Kong 2030 Plus, I will summarize that. Actually, that's a paradigm shift in 4 aspects. First of all, previously, the strategic planning methodology is mainly demand responding. We forecast the growth of population, forecast the growth of our economy, and therefore we translate how much land we need to produce to accommodate this growth. So it is demand responding. Demand responding is very important. All right, we still need to forecast, to do a lot of forecasts, but in Hong Kong 2030 Plus, this is more vision driven. The vision is that Hong Kong should be developed as Asia's world city, competitive, livable, all this, and sustainable. So with that vision, what do we need to do? All right, so this is something very important. And then the second thing is previously all our development are housing led. To be more exact, public housing led. It ended with the situation that people keep on growing in new territories, but the jobs still remain in the harbor core. Therefore, we have this very unidirectional commuting flow every day. And then this time we are more employment led. Therefore, in the Northern Metropolis, or even before we have the Northern Metropolis development strategy, all the new development area planning already emphasize a lot on the provision of economic land to accommodate jobs. I never say create jobs, because we cannot create jobs through some zoning. We can only provide land, reserve land to accommodate jobs if we have the appropriate, industry or economic policy. So employment land is another change. And then the third is a passive environmental conservation. Before we demarcate this as country park, this is a wetland conservation area. Okay, that works in country park better because it is mainly government land. But this passive conservation approach doesn't work very well in a flat land, in Northern Metropolis, because the area we would like to conserve, most of it is private land. And therefore, a lot of things happen that I showed you in the photo. So, and then we consider that we need to actively create environmental capacity through planning, through development. All right, and then actually the Northern Metropolis follow this principle as our focus of development. And then before that, it is development oriented. Development is still very important, but what's the purpose of development? To make our city livable, to let our people have a very, very good livability. So this is a paradigm shift. So then goes to the Northern Metropolis development strategy. All right, you may be very familiar with that because after that development strategy was published, I just count my record. I almost made close to 100 presentations on this. Therefore, probably you should be very familiar with all this, and I'm not going to repeat it. But the important thing is that is the former CE in his policy address comment on the Northern Metropolis development strategy. She said, it is the first strategic action agenda devised by the Hong Kong SAR government with a spatial concept and strategic mindset going beyond the administrative boundary of Hong Kong and Shenzhen. So that's the first time. And then she said that this is groundbreaking and visionary plan. All right. People doubt when Mrs. Carrie Lam does not, run for the CE, and then would the new CE follow this plan? Okay, that become very clear. Our present CE in his first project address said that the current term government will take forward the development of the Lofton Metropolis in full steam. So there is a very good policy continuation between the two terms of government. All right, and then there are lots of development in Lofton Metropolis already ongoing because that is already planted in the new development areas. And so in the next 10 years, we are going to produce 200,000 housing units in the Lofton Metropolis. All right, Professor, we still need to provide housing, all right? Of course, 70% of it is public housing. And then the whole Lofton Metropolis will be essentially completed in about 20 years. This is a very, very high speed in terms of Hong Kong standards so far, all right? But I don't know how much we can achieve. Let's see, and let's work together towards it. If we do not have a lot of judicial review on the development scheme, something like that, then probably we may have a chance to achieve that. But otherwise, that may be pretty pessimistic. So this development strategy, as the former CE said, is a strategic action agenda. Therefore, it consists of 10 key action areas and 45 action items, all right, to guide the development action of the government. So I always sum up the proposals of that development strategy with this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 new railway projects, 3 of it are cross-boundary railway. 4 additional large-scale housing land expansion projects, 3 wetland conservation parks, 2 outdoor eco recreation and tourism space projects. This is not only for economic development. It is to create a decent outdoor recreational facilities for the growing residential population and the working population in Lofton Metropolis, all right? If we do not create nice outdoor recreational opportunities for them, they will create their own. And then that will cause a lot of damage to the environment. And then one is the Suntin tidal pole. So, and I would like to stress that, all right, one of the expected results of the Lofton Metropolis development strategy is that we may be able to form a comprehensive system of wetlands and coastal ecological conservation of about 2,000 hectares. Now, there are some unique chances for us to create our landscape for the Lofton Metropolis, all right? So there are 6 principles. Urban-rural integration, it means that essentially we'll preserve all these more than 200 indigenous villages, in the Lofton Metropolis. And then we'll go for proactive conservation. We'll turn all the damaged agricultural land, all those brownfield sites, into high-quality development land, and we'll conserve, those. We'll resume those private land in the wetland area with high ecological value. Turn it into government land, and then the government will provide a centralized management or integrated management of these land resources, and high-quality outdoor, recreational, and tourism outlets. As I said, this is very important. If we do not provide this, then people will create their own and cause a lot of damage. Barbecue pits, unauthorized barbecue BBQ area, unauthorized so-called fish point, fishing area, and then cause a lot of damage, all right? So we have to do it in advance. Optimize spatial planning for economic land, because if we want to accommodate more jobs, then we need to plan sufficient economic land there, and then the economic land should be in a efficient layout. We cannot make it too fragmented, and then expand the development capacity and enhance the cross-boundary efficiency. So, how we can create unique metropolitan landscape? Essentially, 2 principles: urban-rural integration and proactive conservation, all right? So that's a development and conservation coexistence. Urban-rural integration and development conservation coexistence. These are the 2 important principles that will enable us to create a very unique metropolitan landscape. So to do that, we have to, make use of, create or take care of our blue and green assets as an integral part of the whole urban design framework of every development project. And then with that, we will tackle climate change by enhancing the overall capacity and resilience of the environmental and ecological system. And in Lofton metropolis, the wetland, because this is a low-lying, the wetland, the fish ponds are the most important component in this to tackle, the potential of flooding, and then we handle the flooding problem. We not use simple engineering solution, but we should be more, use this sort of urban design plus, enhance the ecological system of the area. And we have to conserve the rural heritage as part of the metropolitan culture. We know that with the injection of an additional 1.5 million to that area, that will become a metropolis. But it doesn't mean that in a metropolitan area we cannot have heritage. We cannot have our traditional villages, and then that will be the case. We conserve the rural heritage and let it become part of our metropolitan culture. When you look at, for example, the Dai Hang Fo Long, something like that, this is a rural or some heritage component, but that become part of our metropolitan culture. And we'll make sustainable and livable communities with high quality physical and cultural environment, and then recreate, a unique metropolitan landscape comparable to the international landscape image of the harbor metropolis. Okay, when you look at the harbor, actually that is Hong Kong, but you know that is the harbor metropolis of Hong Kong. All right, in future, we should have, a very unique landscape for the Lofton metropolis as well. So how we can do that? One is conserve all these fish ponds and wetland, and then with that, we'll create, as I said, we'll have a coastal wetland and coastal protection system of about 2,000 hectares. So we are going to produce how to do that. First, we'll resume private wetlands and fish ponds by the government when these are of high ecological value. Then the government will resume it and put it under management. And essentially, we'll turn it into wetland parks. All right. When the government resume all these lands, it doesn't mean that the government will manage it itself. We can still lease it for the management of the fish farmers, but under certain conditions. For example, we will require those fish farmers, or at the winter season when the migratory birds comes, or they should prepare their fish ponds to feed those birds. At the present moment, you may find that some fish ponds are covered by nets to prevent the birds, to enter in, and then that kill a lot of birds. All right. So in future, with this sort of rules in the lease, then we can do it better. System of wetland conservation parks, and actually that conservation parks will perform 4 functions. All right, enhance the ecological value of the wetlands, create more jobs, through this fishing industry, to promote scientific research to enhance the productivity, and there's a supply and increase the supply of local food. And then after all, this is also a low carbon approach, more local food, and provide ecological education and recreational facilities for the public. So this perhaps is my dream about the one part of the Suntian Telopo. For example, at the far end, this is Sumjun, and then that's a fish pond we conserve, and this is the development portion of the area. And between the development portion and the conservation portion, we have a large park act as a buffer area as well as a recreational outlet for the future residents and workers. So this is Suntian Technopole. People, just a previous speaker already gave some comment on this, and I'm not going into detail. Yes, it will take away some of the fish ponds so that we have to accommodate the sufficient amount of economic land and join those fragmented, area. For example, the loop, the Sundian areas are all fragmented, and then we link it together and provide a more efficient, land use pattern. Of course, when we're talking about we may need to reclaim a certain amount of fish pond, then we have to create ecological capacity on the other part, on some other wetland park. For example, the Ho Hok Wai area. At the present moment, my guess is about 50 hectares, 50 to 60 hectares of fish pond already dried up. If we can revitalize it, then that will increase the capacity and have some compensation on the loss in this part, something like that. All right, so the river channels, by both sides of the river channels, will plan for the riverside promenade with a lot of trees, with a very good urban design environment, and allow people, to enjoy the place. And another is develop another example or another action I propose is to develop a Lofton anti-north urban rural greenway. This urban rural greenway is a little bit different from our Many Holes Trail, the Wilson Trail or Hong Kong Trail. All right, because all these existing trails, they're in the countryside. But for the greenway, that will link countryside with the urban area. All right, so this greenway will penetrate into urban areas along the riverside promenades and link up all the town parks, all the heritage, all the historical sites. So again, this will link up our urban and rural part, of the future Lofton metropolis. And I believe this is very important. I really look forward to that. All right. At the present moment, there are a lot of hiking trails in Lofton metropolis, but they are not very well connected. All right. So with that, with this urban rural greenway system, then that will provide another experience for the future residents. Another thing is about the protection of the lateral coastline from Jinbeizhui to Lau Fau Shan and to Bak Lai. All right. Ironically, this part at the present moment under the outline zoning plan is zoned as coastal protection area, but in reality, there's nothing to protect. Right, because all these are private land, all right, and there's a field with all those brownfield operators, a lot of this warehouse, something like that, and I believe some of the smuggling Dai Fei actually came from this, all right. However, the coastline here is still a lateral coastline. All the mangrove are here, and then we will resume all the private land, and then create this coastal protection park with the provision of a waterfront promenade. And this park can be 12.5 kilometers in length. If it is built, that will be the longest urban park in Hong Kong. All right. So that is there's a artist impression. All right. So all the coastal area, all the mangrove, all the lateral coastline will be protected, and then the development will be on the landmark side. Another very interesting potential, which is not really realized by the government or even by both sides of the government even today, and I advocate this many times. All right, this Shenzhen Bay has a lot of potential. All right, we know that Hong Shui Kiu area will become Hong Kong's CBD4. All right, and we also propose to develop a cyberport-like facility at Lau Fau Shan, and then here is this is Hao Hai, this is Lam Shan area, and then the Qin Hai area. And we know that Lam Shan area is a economically very strong district. All the famous brands, Zhongheng, Huawei, Daigang, Tangsun, all these brand names are actually in Lam Shan. All right. And then if we are going to have a lot of urban development here and economic development here, then you can imagine this is almost a mini Victoria Harbour. But the difference is that from here, we still have the lateral coastline, the mangrove, to the estuary of the Shenzhen River, and then our our Maple area, Jinbeichui, all these are still lateral coastline, very long. And I believe that may be the longest remaining lateral coastline in the whole Pearl River estuary. So if we can preserve it, but still have urban and economic development in the inland side, then this will become a very interesting golden inner bay. We have, on the one hand, very modern urbanization, very vibrant urban development, but the coastline is still lateral. Do you know where's the remaining lateral coastline on the northern shore of Hong Kong Island? It is in Killet Island, the yacht club. Do you know the string? Do you know how long it is? It is about 60 meters long. All right. When I work on the Wan Chai phase 2 reclamation, I struggle to preserve this. Please don't touch it. 60 meters. That's the only remaining lateral coastline in the northern shore of Hong Kong Island. But now we have a much longer lateral coastline, and that can coexist with our future urbanization and urban development. So if you look at this, all the world cities have its own metropolitan landscape. Even though I take away the name of the city, once you look at the photo, you'll know that this is New York, this is London, this is Tokyo, San Francisco, Shanghai, Singapore. Most of this landscape are actually evolved through a very, very long history. All right. For example, London, River Thames, and then historic buildings built on both sides, bridges, something like that. It takes a long time to evolve and form this metropolitan landscape. But for the northern metropolis, we need to create this metropolitan landscape through urban planning and urban design with the joint effort of Hong Kong and Shenzhen. So this is something very challenging to us, and I believe, you know, that we are all the professionals, all the people of Hong Kong, all right, may have interesting experience in this process. So the northern metropolis should have its own unique and recognizable metropolitan landscape, which links rural and urban and integrates lateral conservation and urbanization. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ling, for the very fruitful and insightful information on the northern metropolis, in particular on creating a unique metropolitan landscape through urban and rural integration. Now let's switch gears to hear from our next speaker, who will be speaking on planning for environmental sustainability and justice in urban China. And our speaker will be Dr. Weifeng Li, Associate Professor in the Department of Urban Planning and Design, the University of Hong Kong. And Dr. Li is Associate Dean and Director of the Urban Studies Program in the Faculty of Architecture at the University of Hong Kong. His research interests focus on environmental sustainability associated with urbanization and transport, urban resilience, and carbon neutrality. He is also the Honorary Secretary of Building Smart International Hong Kong chapter. So ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together to welcome Dr. Li.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to join this summit organized by World Green Organization, the Millennium Home Foundation, co-organized by my department at the University of Hong Kong. So I'm very grateful for the 5 speakers who have shared their rich experience in planning Hong Kong into a more livable, sustainable, and green city. I might be shifting the topic a little bit to focus on environmental sustainability and equity in urban China, particularly air pollution and socio-economic disparities. I aim to tell a narrative of what's going on with the intersection of air pollution and socio-economic inequality in Chinese cities, rather than to provide planning solutions. So as you all know, environmental pollution has been a critical issue associated with urbanization and transport development in Chinese cities. Meanwhile, pollution also exaggerates socio-economic inequality as it causes greater suffering among the poor. So they are usually more exposed to air pollution. And in many cases, they are unable to pay to prevent from or to treat the resulting consequences from pollution. Of course, we have to understand China's war on pollution has been successful without historical presence over the past decade. So data from the study by my colleagues in the Faculty of Business and Economics shows that in general, all the environmental pollutants has been decreasing over the past decade. For example, PM 2.5 has been reduced 40% from 2013 to 2018. Nevertheless, to mention, there has been more significant reduction due to the COVID lockdown. So this is also clear in almost all the different regions. So, however, environmental pollution will still be a very important issue as Chinese cities continue to grow. And with all the resumption of economic activities after the COVID, so environmental pollution is once again become a very important issue in Chinese cities. So socioeconomic disparity are linked to many environmental hazards. Like the one we mentioned, not only in pollution, and the other speakers mentioned, for example, rising heat waves, carbon emissions, flooding risks. So as a planner, I think it's very important to identify those kind of sustainable urban planning tools which can target the appropriate population place for reducing those kind of disparities. So in the next 15 minutes, I would like to introduce two empirical studies. One focus on major Chinese cities on air pollution and lung cancer incident who are faced with great effect. So that means even if the different populations are exposed to the similar level of air pollution, who will have a great effect on the health outcomes, the poor, the rich. And then I will zoom into individual level analysis in the case study in Shenzhen, our adjacent cities. So in which I aim to examine who are more exposed to PM pollution among the different socioeconomic groups. So before moving to the empirical study, I guess it's very important to understand the methodological requirement. So economics tell us we have to rely on those kind of so-called controlled field experiment to understand the causal inference. So this is actually the work of the Nobel laureates in economic science in 2019. So they have shown those kind of their methodological contributions in alleviating poverty around the globe. However, those kind of controlled field experiment is very challenging in our urban planning field because many of the planning initiatives, planning measures are hard to randomize. Of course, we do see some very rare experiments. For example, in Mexico cities, as the city council only approved half of the budget, the mayor decided to pave on randomly half of the planned streets. So this provides actually a good opportunity for us to observe the impact of, say, infrastructure investment on property values, because all the streets are randomly assigned to two groups. So thanks to the Nobel laureate in economics in 2021, so now their studies have shown it's still possible to answer those similar questions by natural experiment. So by natural experiment, I mean those kind of chance events or policy changes that have treated two different group of similar peoples differently, so that it is to reassemble those kind of randomized experiment. So for example, in urban planning, we can see the effects of, say, policy changes, housing development, and boundary effects in relation to air pollution. So probably you will understand in China, so the Huaihe River actually is a line between northern and southern part. However, in addition to that, there's also significant policy. So in the northern part, we have centralized heating systems, which doesn't exist in the northern part. So therefore, if we measure the distance to the Huaihe River between the north and the southern part, everything else being similar, However, there's a significant change in terms of the air pollution because of the centralized heating system. So this also provides a good opportunity for us to observe the impact of air pollution on life expectancy. As I mentioned, due to the better environmental conditions in China, actually, this leads to longer life expectancy. So in urban planning, we usually tend to look at the average of a population or a community rather than individual indicators. So which, like for economics, the medical scholars, they call that ecological study. So of course, ecological studies are fairly inexpensive and faster to produce as they use the data that's routinely collected. So for example, it's useful to highlight those kind of important health problems in the population. However, it will lead to the so-called ecological fantasy when conclusions about an individual are drawn based solely on the general tendency observed in the group in which they are part of. So that's why I would like to start from an ecological study, which will look at the population average. So air pollution and lung cancer incident. So here the question is very simple, straightforward. So whether those kind of particular matter-induced lung cancer incident differ significantly among different socioeconomic groups in China, hence leading to a potential case of environmental injustice. So of course, this will have significant policy implications as this will help to create those kind of policy better targeted at appropriate people and place. For example, looking at the urban-rural division, the education attainment differences, the income division. So we actually used the China Cancer Register annual report, which collected data from almost 300 cancer registers in countries and urban districts across Chinese cities. So which cover 31 out of the 34 provinces in China and a population of around 190 million in 2014. But as I mentioned, this is average of a population, average in the specific counties or districts. So here it shows two maps. The left one is actually the particular matter distribution. And the left one is the incident case of male lung cancer in the same year. So you can see the possible linkage. Of course, here I have to admit, so it's hard to compare lung cancer between male and female because of the natural conditions. So in this study, we only focused on male lung cancer. So, and we did a different statistical analysis to show the relationship between lung cancer incidence and the socioeconomic disparities. So here, if you look at those figures, you can see, so at least there's a significant difference between urban and rural. And you can also see the difference between different education attainments or income. However, we don't see a significant difference among different employment and different urbanization growth rate. So if I can quickly summarize, so the relationship between air pollution exposure and the male cancer incidence rate is stronger in urban areas than that in the rural areas. Of course, some possible explanation probably is the difference in terms of primary source of domestic fuel between urban and rural, and the difference is very important in smoking behavior. And male residents in countries with low economic or education levels have higher risks of PM 2.5 associated lung cancer incidents. This probably could be explained as a difference in avoidance behavior against air pollution between different different economic level or education level, as well as a differential awareness of air pollution effects on health outcomes. And it seems like there are no modification effects of employment rate or urbanization growth rate on the relationship. So then I will move to an individual level study as we all understand this kind of ecological forces from the ecological study. So the next question will be, who are more exposed to air pollution in Shenzhen, in the city of Shenzhen. So whereas exposure to PM 2.5 pollution differ among people with different economic status. For example, whether the poor are more exposed to air pollution or the rich. Of course, based on studies in the North America or even Hong Kong, it's very clear the poor are more exposed to air pollution. However, it's not clear where this kind of a pattern is similar in Chinese cities. So I hope this kind of study can help support those kind of evaluation strategies tailored for specific population and place by understanding the spatial association between multi-level economic status and exposure to air pollution. So traditionally, we usually measure air pollution exposure, assuming you are always at home, and using the air pollution readings from your surrounding air pollution monitoring stations, right? So if we would like to move those kind of home-based monitoring assessment to individual space-time, real space-time exposure, we have to release two assumptions. First, individual mobility. We have to understand where you are at any time point. Second one is spatial variations of air pollution. We have to understand the air pollution levels at any point and at any time. So for the first one, we used actually the mobile phone location data, so derived from almost 6,000 cell towers in Shenzhen, so that we can understand the individual location at any of the 24 hours on that sampled day. And in terms of air pollution, so the spatial variation of air pollution across the city, because even within Hong Kong, right, even within Hong Kong Island, the pollution level might differ significantly. So we use the satellite data, and by combining the monitoring station data, and by developing those kind of so-called deep learning models, we predicted the air pollution level at each point in Shenzhen across all the 24 hours. So now we understand where they are at any point, and the air pollution level at any point at any time, so that it's possible to estimate the total air pollution exposure, for example, for 24 hours for the whole day. So this shows actually the total exposure and versus the economic status. So this is an even more challenging part, because in China, the statistical data doesn't include any income or social levels. So we use the two measures to estimate the socio-economic status. The first one, basically, it's the building level property price. So we used the building level property price to estimate the income status. And the second one, we also collect a travel behavior survey, which includes quite many samples. So we used those samples to estimate the average neighborhood level income, so that we can measure total exposure, air pollution exposure against the income level, or the other one obtained from the travel behavior survey. As you can see here, probably the trend is probably different from what we expected. So here, actually, we also run a model to confirm the findings. So here, it seems like in Shenzhen, people living in areas with higher residential property price are more exposed to air pollution. So this findings is very different from what we found in Western cities or even in Hong Kong. So I guess our findings contributed to literature on exposure disparity in the developing settings where exposure disparity has not been fully understood. And the pattern of exposure disparity may be so different from that in those kind of Western countries, cities, or in Hong Kong. So a potential explanation for the different findings is the difference in the pattern of urbanization-induced residential segregation across different socio-economic groups. So in Western countries, a typical social spatial pattern involves the rich Usually it's people with high incomes who tend to live far away from the city, while the poor having to live in central areas. In contrast, a typical pattern of residential segregation in relation to urbanization in Chinese cities involves the concentration of medium high-income people in the city centers and the resultant displacement of the poor to the urban fringe. So at the same time, so rapid urbanization in urban China usually results in higher population density and higher intensity of human activities, economic activities in central areas than in the outskirts. So which usually lead to a more severe air pollution situation in central areas. So of course, so we have to understand the limitation of those kind of observations. So one issue is approximating individual socioeconomic status by those kind of building level property price, so which might lead to big bias. Second one is air pollution measurement. So we have only measured those kind of outdoor air pollution exposure versus the indoor air pollution exposure. So in theory, we have to measure the indoor air pollution exposure, right? So back to the methodological requirement. So it's also possible to find those kind of possible natural experiments. Actually, we found like in Chinese cities, the urban villages, also called a city, the villages within the city, probably will be good natural experiment because it naturally divides residents in two groups. And so it's possible to answer those questions. For example, are individuals living in urban villages exposed to higher level air pollution than those who are not living in urban villages? So finally, I was also thinking, will decarbonization efforts, the carbon neutrality efforts, lead to a more equitable air quality in urban areas? So this is also a very interesting question, intersecting air pollution, carbon neutrality efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for the very informative presentation on environmental sustainability. Please be seated. Our next presentation will be about computational urban models for future cities. And this presentation is done by Dr. Tianren Yang, who serves as an assistant professor and the assistant head of the Department of Urban Planning and Design at the University of Hong Kong. His academic interest lies in the development of urban analytics and predictive modeling techniques for deciphering how cities evolve. Please put our hands together and welcome Professor Yang.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. And it's a great honor, actually, to share with you about our recent research about how to use computers to help us to better understand the future development of cities. Actually, in today's session, we have so many different speakers covering different topics about the visions about the future, right? But we actually covered a little about how to achieve those kind of visions and how to make our dreams come true. And this is why I'm trying to use and introduce another perspective about how to use computers and simulations to help us to understand and predict the impacts of those kind of the planning interventions. All right, so in terms of the real world, we all know that actually it's very complicated, right? We have like so many kind of complex relationships across different types of urban systems, economic, social, environment, you name it. But actually the essence of the model is trying to use very abstract kind of like the ways to describe this kind of like the urban systems and how it evolves. So it actually provides a simplified and abstract view of our urban system development. And actually the beauty of those kind of the urban models, although actually they are actually abstract in essence, is they can provide actually a certain levels of simulation to help us to understand the futures. And they can provide quantifiable evidence, right? Given those kind of different kind of the planning scenarios, for instance, what our cities will look like into the future, about actually how people make their own choices. And actually those kind of models, it's trying to actually cover a lot of different systems, but just give you a very quick overview in terms of the development of our cities. In this morning sessions, we have actually our director, Mr. Sima, right, talk a lot about how to develop the economies and actually industries in the Hengqin areas. So basically, our planning are to do with how to actually attract human capital, right, and also how to make best use of land and to actually intervene with those kind of the economic processes and actually to promote and facilitate the production of like the different kind of goods and services in the city level. And however, there are another kind of the systems, like Professor Miguel just mentioned about like social processes, right? We, as a planner, we can also engage with those kind of the urban governance issues, trying to actually to lead and guide those kind of the interactions between different types of the humans and people with different socioeconomic kind of the levels. And this leads to actually the different results of the location choices and the resultant kind of the travel patterns of like different people. And Professor Edward just actually mentioned about like how people, when our activities are linked with our urban land and how those kind of the interactions can give us different results of like the different levels of urban pollutants, GHG emissions, so on and so forth. And actually all those kind of systems are interconnected. I won't actually spend too much time about the interaction about these types of subsystems. But actually the key point of today's sharing is about how actually we module and understand those kind of the external shocks, which are actually illustrated in those kind of blue circles, and how those kind of shocks will actually lead to a new equilibrium of the entire systems. Because we know that actually all the systems and actually the cities are constantly evolving, right? But we also know that, for instance, when we give cities like certain kind of the policy or planning interventions, then the systems will evolve in a different way. For instance, when we introduce the Northern Metropolis, then definitely, right, the future of the new territories will have a different trajectory of growth in the future. And similar kind of like the ideas can also be applied in terms of like the people's behavioral changes. I won't cover about that particular areas, but our research group and also trying to trace people's behavioral changes after the pandemic, which means actually when people start to favor certain kind of the or certain types of the housing units in the future, then actually the different and kind of the social processes and economic processes will have like different directions of growth into the future. And definitely the technological advancements will also play a very important role. But today we will focus mainly on the policy and the planning interventions. So when we talk about those kind of the urban models and when we're trying to translate those kind of external shocks into the real making of those kind of the models, the very important thing is to identify and differentiate between the so-called the predictables and the unpredictables. The predictables of the unpredictables of the model itself is actually about some like the uncertain events, uncertain outcomes of our political processes, and also decisions about large indivisible projects. Just give you a quick example, right? If we want to say, we want to use the model to predict the future, right? The model itself cannot tell you, right? In the future, there will be a Northern Metropolis, definitely not. So we need to tell the model about those kind of things that in the futures, which are impossible to predict, but are definitely possible to be invented, right? So this is according to Michael Batty, actually one of the leading scholars in urban modeling field, about the inventable things by our urban planners. And we try to use those kind of the inventable planning interventions as the model input and trying to see, right, from our computational urban models, given those kind of like the inputs or policy interventions, what would be the outcomes? On the right-hand side, just as Dr. Lee has mentioned, we have so many kind of the Nobel laureates, right? They studied for their whole life about the people's human behaviors, whether you will choose place A to live and place B for working, so on and so forth. So the law of large numbers for businesses, institutions, and citizens and their relative behaviors are actually quite stable. For instance, if you're gonna leave this kind of venue, you will definitely choose, right, the left-hand side of like the exit, right? So this is a kind of like the ways that we do have like certain kind of laws for us to do those kind of predictions. And another kind of the important things about using this kind of models is about actually how we can create certain kind of levels of like urban data. People may argue that actually this is in the big data era, right? We rely on kind of the numerous types of data and actually billions of those kind of the gigabytes of the data to understand the city development. But this is not enough. If you actually think about, for instance, during the pandemic time, right? The most important thing we talk about is about the vaccination, right? About those kind of the drugs for curing those kind of the COVID-19 or pandemic. But actually, in the laboratory settings, people and researchers can do so many kind of different kind of tests. No matter it's about computer simulation or it's about the real tests on those kind of like the rabbits, rats, so on and so forth, right? But in the urban, many planners may argue that it is impossible for urban planners to do experiments. But actually, such kind of arguments are not entirely true because we do have those kind of urban simulation models where actually they are applied in a appropriate way. They can actually provide and create a bit different kind of data about the urban development. For instance, now we are talking about like northern metropolis, then this could be definitely a policy experiment and be fed into the models to create that particular end of the future. But of course, we can also test different types of the other scenarios to let the computer models and actually to let it generate, right, different directions of the futures, and we as the human beings and also as planners can make our final decisions about which could be like the right way or which could be even a better way for our future development. And of course, with those kind of tons of like data, we also can have like develop our own hypothesis and to help us to develop theories, and also can provide evidence base for us to design new policy experiments. And all those kind of theories and experiments can be further validated by our computational models. All right, so several key topics when we talk about computational urban models and for decision making, we're actually covering different spatial scales. And of course, at different spatial scale, we have different tools and methods. I won't go into the technical details here, but just give you an example, right? At the macro scale, right, at the regional scale, the focus of our planners is trying to think about like the interlinkage, the economic linkage, social linkage across different parts of the region, right? And whether the two cities can actually establish kind of the collaborative networks, right, for their future co-development. And at the meso level, at the urban level, we talk a lot about the land use and how the distribution and the allocation of land use and how the different alternatives will create like different transport flows, different flows of economies, so on and so forth. And then at the micro level, we have actually about those kind of urban design scale. We talk about how to create a better neighborhood and how to use and how people will actually move, right, in a TOD development, for instance. And definitely, as across all those kind of scales, several topics remains actually very important. The first is about the cross-scale kind of the trace of those kind of the structure and the processes embedded in those kind of the built environment developments. We are trying to cover the interaction mechanisms of different urban subsystems, as I just mentioned, and we want to trace about the people's dynamics in those kind of urban systems. And the second topic is actually what I will focus on in today's research, in today's presentation, is more about the external shocks. We need to understand the impacts of the external shocks, as I mentioned, including those kind of like the policy interventions, right? And also about behavioral changes, and how those kind of the changes will make their impact on the whole system. This is actually particularly important for planners to understand, and this can help us because based on those kind of the understanding about the mechanism and the influencing kind of the range of those kind of the external shocks, then we can have our ability, right, to justify our future development options, right? Because it's not only because we want to do a northern metropolis, because if we do the northern metropolis, it can help us to achieve, right, a list of the benefits that need to be justified for planners. Otherwise, people will not believe that. And definitely, we need to actually develop some principles and decision support tools for our spatial planning based on those kind of computational models. But due to the interest of time, I will not go into details of that. But just give you several very quick cases about how those kind of the models and those kind of models systems thinking can help us to understand the city development and its futures. The first case is about our exploration about the land use development patterns in the city of Chicago. The idea is quite straightforward. We're trying to say and trace the land use developments across years. And we compare actually the most recent land use developments, which are within the recent 10 years, versus all its kind of the existing land use development. We use machine learning tools and techniques trying to understand how actually the patterns will be different or similar across years. And definitely we find something actually persistent. that is actually the accessibility levels to those kind of the transport network remains actually the top priority for those kind of the land use developments, which everyone, I think most of us can understand. But the interesting idea and findings from this research is all about actually those kind of emerging new trends. So in the recent 10 years, how the developers make different choices and different decisions compared to 10 years ago. So firstly, about those kind of like the commercial related land, we find that compared to our conventional central business district, subcenters, urban subcenters with sector-specific positive agglomeration externalities appear to have stronger correlations with those kind of the new economic sectors. That is to say, actually, those kind of like the new commercial and the emerging commercial land uses actually did not appear in our conventionally identified the most prosperous areas, but they are finding some new locations. And similar findings can also be found by those kind of the land use, residential land use development. And we find that now the residential developers, they now favor more about the quality of life amenities in the local neighborhoods. And rather than those kind of like they actually have a stronger influence than those kind of the location choices related to employment. Because previously, developers want to actually build those kind of new houses close to the employment, right? So this kind of like the persistent and emerging trends of the land use developments can help our urban planners understand better about the market feedback, right? What the market is caring about in the recent years. And the second kind of the case is actually relevant to our so-called external shocks. And we are trying to actually understand, right, and build up a kind of the systems modeling framework, trying to understand, right, the interconnections between our planning interventions and the market feedback. On the left-hand side, you can see many of the terms that planners are actually familiar with, right, in terms of like the zonal distribution of jobs, right, employment opportunities, how many kind of the jobs we are gonna create in our new developments, right, how many housing supply, right, we are in for in our new developments, and how we will improve the local transport facilities, so on and so forth. They are regarded and determined as like the model input. On the right-hand side, we also have those kind of the key model outputs. As I mentioned, right, the law of large numbers can help us to predict something in a quite accurate way when we aggregate people in a very kind of large groups. For instance, the location choices, the local rents, the wages, and also the prices. And in the following kind of like actually in the bottom part of the slide, we are just using a very tiny part, little part of the whole entire system thinking. So on the left-hand side, we use jobs and housing as our planning interventions. And on the right-hand side, we focus upon people's location choices and their resultant commuting patterns. So on the bottom side, it's actually a case study in the city of Shanghai, where it's my hometown. So basically, actually between 2015 and 2020, we used a kind of those kind of like different travel surveys to trace and actually to understand people's behaviors in terms of where they live, where they work, and how they commute. And we find actually a very sharp increase in terms of the overall commuting distance. It's about 10% increase within just 5 years times. And most of the people, they have like very lengthened commutes to travel to the city center, the red areas on the bottom right diagrams. All right, and we start to reflect upon, right, what planners have done, right, in those kind of the 5-year period. And we actually, we trace back and we actually think and we look into all those kind of like the planning documents. And we find that during that 5-year time, most of the jobs are actually provided in the city center, the red areas, but most of the housing supply are actually occurred in those kind of the bluish areas. They name it as new towns or subcenters, no matter how you name it, right? But even for the lay actually persons, right, you will say that, okay, commuting distance, right, length and travels, it's all about the jobs housing balance, right? If we create jobs and housing in the same place, then definitely, right, we will have a relatively shorter commute. But actually, we actually ask the models to actually answer the same questions. We give it different kind of the counterfactual scenario, saying that what if we actually decentralized our employment growth, right, in the central business district during that 5 years and decentralize that to the outside cities? And the second scenarios, what if we actually increase the housing supply, right, in the central business district, and while maintaining all the other things the same, right? trying to help us to understand their impacts, and also how a combination of the kind of two scenarios can give us a better or worse result. Quick implications from the simulation, definitely we find that actually compared with housing increment in the central business district, the decentralization of employment in the central business district can have like a more positive impact on the overall decrease of the commuting patterns or commuting distance. And we also find a very important and interesting questions and also observation. This is about although both kind of the policies can make good impact on the future development of cities, but when they add up together, it's not actually 1 + 1 larger than 2, it's actually less than 2. This is mainly because when we actually focus a lot on the policy incentives for housing centralization or employment decentralization in the CBD, actually some of the other areas will suffer. And overall speaking, we may have like a zero-sum game, which means someone gains, someone loses, and overall speaking, actually, it won't actually give extra benefits. A final case that I'd like to share with you is about a predictive kind of like the scenario thinking, also using the case of Shanghai as an example. Because similar as like the ways of thinking in Hong Kong, Shanghai is also trying to develop and propose its future new development poles, right, in terms of growth. And we have different levels of range to actually as a potential selection site. So we can actually propose all those kind of new developments in the so-called new towns area, which is on average 40 kilometers away from the city center. That is about actually from London to Cambridge in the UK context. On the bottom right context, you will see actually those kind of the Tesla gigafactories have already actually set up their kind of the gigafactories in those kind of the light green areas. But we actually ask and reflect upon, right, which kind of the scenario may have like a better outcomes. We are not saying that we will definitely say go for those kind of new towns, but what if we follow the Tokyo metropolitan, those kind of thinking, right? Using closer rings, smaller rings to connect all those kind of subcenters with a closer distance to the city center. Actually, the results actually give us also some interesting findings. We find actually from the land value captures perspective, just echo actually architect Al's ideas about developments and the redevelopments. Actually, subcenters at around 30 kilometers away from the city centers, actually they can have like larger benefits in terms of the land value capture. And simultaneously, it can also lead to other additional benefits in terms of the agglomeration, in terms of the larger population inflows, because they are new developments and we are trying to attract population, and shorter commuting distance and higher city regional consumer surplus, well-being, let's say in a simpler way. So this can actually give us some ideas, although the scenario itself is definitely extreme, but it can help us to understand the impact, the range of impact the planners can make in our city development. Several quick final slides about our ongoing works about in the twin cities of Shenzhen and Hong Kong. For instance, we talk a lot about like how to attract firms and how to attract employment to certain kind of areas. But judging from our preliminary analysis, actually the deciding factors of firm growth is totally different. It's quite different actually between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. For instance, although the two cities share the similarities in terms of all the firm growth actually favors airport access, however, there are also a lot of differences. For instance, the Hong Kong's firms actually grows most in those kind of like at the places with like a very high local rent, and actually they don't favor the closeness to the universities. This is our observations and statistical analysis in the Hong Kong side. But the results are opposite in Shenzhen, which means actually they favor lower rent areas and also closer distance to the universities. Similar things can be actually applied to the employment relocation, which can give us also quite important and actually surprising kind of like the insights. We actually divide the employment relocation into two types, right? The general employment kind of the relocation and the employment relocation of those kind of the high-tech sector workers. And we definitely find that those kind of high-tech employees, they are less sensitive to the relocation distance. So they don't really care about like how far they relocate in terms of their employment. However, they are actually more sensitive to cross-border relocation, which means that judging from the 5-year observation in the past 5 years, they are quite reluctant to cross-border in terms of like the job relocation. All right, the last slide, I think. We are also trying to actually predict the future kind of like the commuting flows and also the population distribution, given the external shocks of like the northern metropolis. KK has mentioned about like 200,000 housing development as like development targets. Definitely, we will have a new kind of the nodes in our maps in the futures. But we actually also challenge that kind of the ideas in terms of how many people will actually really move to that particular areas and what's the composition of the population. So that's our ongoing work. We are trying to actually to understand, right, where the future nodes will emerge. Definitely, they were highly related with our planning interventions. But also the market kind of the feedback can give us a more detailed, and simulation can give us a more detailed ideas about the quantifiable market feedback about their kind of the population flows in our CBD3 and CBD4, as we just mentioned, the Hong Shui Kiao areas and the northern metropolis, and how people will actually commute into the future. So all those kind of like the types of models can help us to have a system thinking and systems ideas about future urban developments. Such kind of the models have been applied in our Chicago 2040, in our Cambridge Digital Twin projects, and we recently engaged with the UK 2070 initiatives and Beijing 2035, trying to use those kind of models to provide quantifiable evidence base for their plan making. Because I fully agree with Dr. Liu's ideas about Beijing in this AM session, right? Beijing is definitely not one city. We need to divide that into several different kind of the cities or city networks or district networks. But the important thing is then how to coordinate the strengths, right? How to complement the strengths of the different parts of the city. There must be trade-offs, there must be synergies. And such kind of the trade-offs and synergies cannot be addressed, frankly speaking, without those kind of support of the models. And definitely we see many kind of potential opportunities in the futures. So in the interest of time, I will stop here and thank you very much. Looking forward to the prospects. We're working with our private and public sectors on those kind of the model development to understand the future of city development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yuan, for the presentation on computational urban models for future cities. Please be seated. Our speakers have touched on a variety of topics on modern urban planning trends. And to ensure sustainable city planning and development, different stakeholders will need to work hand in hand together, not only the government, but also professionals in the industry and also experts in the academia, as well as the fellow citizens. And with the collaborative efforts, surely we can work together to enhance the livability of the cities in the region. And coming up next, we will continue to hear from our experts on their insights on different aspects of urban planning. And we are going to have two panel discussions where our moderators will bring up conversations and idea exchanges with the panel speakers invited for this afternoon. Now, please welcome our first panel on stage. First, may we have our moderator for the session, Dr. William Yu, founder and CEO of World Green Organization, to come up on stage. And joining Dr. Yu, we have Mr. Albert Ong, founder and president of World Green Organization, co-chairman ASEAN Economic Club. Dr. Simon Young, advisory committee on the Northern Metropolis. Professor Sam Chow, Arab Fellow Director, East Asia Transport Portfolio Leader Arab. Mr. Alexander Maindugi, Director, Honorary Treasurer, Beam Society Limited. And last but not least, Surveyor Jonathan Lee, Vice Chairman of Property and Facility Management Division, HKIS. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our speakers and also moderator for the first panel discussion. And I will now pass the time to Dr. Yu.
Thank you very much. I'm aware, of the time. We are overrun quite quite a bit. So what I will do in this panel discussion, I will only ask you one question. Okay, each of you. So hopefully your question won't be too long-winded. Okay, and get to the point, and then I think just give the insight to our audience. Okay, so maybe first question I want to address to Sam, from Arab. So Sam, for the northern metropolis development, I think it's always associated with a kind of sustainable urbanism, right? We care about the climate change, we care about the future sustainable development. So how can we plan for a transport system that really can grow with all this demand? As you can see, 200,000 population, with all these different types of setup, in the area. What kind of consideration we should, incorporate and develop into like a green economy, a low carbon setup in that area?
I think just the continuous of the current government transport policy, which use the railway as a backbone and also encourage to the usage of public transport, which I think compared to other cities in the world, we have done very well. 90% of daily trips are using public transport, and I can see the plan of Northern Metropolis doing the similar things. Using they will build rail. They also build a lot of adopt maybe new technology on green public transport. That's the way to go. But what to say that I think one thing very good is they concern about the linkage between Northern Metropolis and Harbour Metropolis by introducing the Central Rail, because in many occasions when I was invited to as an expert panel in many Chinese cities, always people has a dream of balancing the employment and population. I always say that that is very dangerous. An example is Tuen Mun. When Tuen Mun was planned, it was planned in that way. But we'll see that if you have under provision of transport, then it will be a disaster to the people living in Tuen Mun. It's not just the transport problem, but it's also bring a lot of the social problem. In the 90s, there's a lot of juvenile delinquency and a lot of social issues just because the parents had to spend hours on the road because West Rail was not there yet. The Tuen Mun Road was narrow, and it's a disaster. So I'm glad that the Northern Metropolis has a central rail with back to the Harbour Metropolis. And then, but if you ask me, are there anything that we can consider more? One thing I would like to consider is, do we need a second high-speed rail station for the Hong Kong and placed in Northern Metropolis? I think that needs to be investigated.
So you tend to be agree, or you tend
You need to study.
Okay.
I don't think one high-speed rail station is enough for Hong Kong. That's my experience when I travel in lots of cities in mainland China. I mean, the Hangzhou built their second high-speed rail within 10 years when they have the Shanghai Hangzhou high-speed rail link. It's fully utilized very soon. So that's why now this year they opened the Hangzhou West Rail because of the Asian Games. But something that to build a high-speed rail in Hong Kong, I think it takes not a few years. It takes more than a decade. So in that case, I think we should study now, investigate the needs, investigate if we need where it should be, and then we have to reserve the land for the station. I think it will be a major catalyst to the development of Northern Metropolis and integration of Northern Metropolis with the rest of GBA.
Thank you very much. So maybe I would like to ask Sandy, the representative from Bean Society. You've been involved in a number of development projects, right? Not only in Hong Kong but some kind of innovation and technology part for the entire landscape master plan. So for the again about the northern metropolis. We keep talking about to respect the heritage, the culture, the origin culture, especially with all these villages around. So how can we cultivate all this, and also inviting collaboration from business sector, scientific research, or our neighborhood? How can we build this kind of environment to seek for a kind of collaboration?
Wow, that's a good question, and it requires a longer answer than probably I'm able to give in the time. Well, I think the overall development strategy report for the Northern Metropolis is marvelous, and the vision that was expressed by KK, I think it's a marvelous vision, and I fully support that and agree with it. I am a landscape architect by training, and I believe that biodiversity and biophilia are two very important aspects of urban design, urban planning. And I think they're very well incorporated into the strategy report. So the vision, the blueprint is there. The question is, how do we implement it? And do we actually realize that vision? And there's a couple of missteps I think government are making. One is in relation to Fanling, which some people may know I'm associated with, but I'm not a member there, but I don't believe in the development of Fanling because it contradicts two of the principles that are outlined in the strategy report, one of which is the preservation of heritage, and the second is the preservation of ecology. And the second thing where I think they're making a bit of a misstep is was referred to by Professor Miguel, where they are, there's this 300 hectare innovation and technology park, which has kind of landed a little bit like an alien on top of the wetland conservation area. And I think we have this problem in Hong Kong. How do we balance development and ecological conservation? It's an argument that we always have. It's a bit of a backwards and forwards argument. But I think there we're going too much towards development. And I also, I'd just like to make a comment on Professor YY presentation and his sort of contradictory or counter proposal to KS, in which you think you have a slightly different view, a pessimistic or an optimistic view. And KS has got the optimistic view. But we have the problem that even if we do everything perfectly in Hong Kong, and if we achieve carbon neutrality in Hong Kong, we still suffer the effects of what's going on everywhere else in the world. And it's this problem of the tragedy of the commons, almost, if you're familiar with that concept. No matter what we do, it's what others do that matters also. So to sum up, I would say you have to have a vision, but you have to execute it. And you have to execute it in accordance with the principles embodied in the vision to make sure that you're achieving what you wish to achieve in the first place. And you've got to be careful that you don't make some missteps along the way. And I would also say that in order to achieve carbon neutrality, we have to start measuring carbon emissions, because every project that I'm involved in is a marvelous project. It's smart and it's green and it's resilient, and we always have these marvelous words, but nobody is actually measuring the carbon emissions associated with each project. And until we do that, and we can prove and we can audit that we are not, that we are on target for achieving the carbon neutrality by 2050, then I will feel more comfortable. Until then, I worry about competing with other economies in a lemming-like fashion where we are rushing off the cliff faster and faster. I really recommend everybody reads Donut Economics by Kate Rohr, which is a book that was recommended by Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. The strategy of commons, I think I can briefly explain is all the farmers, to fight for their own interests. They bring their cattle to the grassland to eat up all the grass. If each one, maximize their benefit by eating up the entire ecological system, then everyone will suffer at the same time. So regulations, how to manage an allocation for all these public goods, common goods becomes important. Okay, so I need to ask Simon, congratulations to your recent appointment as a member of the advisory committee on the Northern Metropolis under the Development Bureau. So, what's your view? You heard a lot of all these comment, and what would you recommend about the positioning of this special area? You mentioned about the special administration zone within the SAEZ. So how special is it? What are the benefits to build this kind of special administration?
Well, I think the topic is very challenging, and also to develop the northern not easy as what we think, because that particular area is quite okay, and I must say that we shouldn't use the old way to develop this area, and I think I would suggest it anyway, because we still understand. Well, it's good to start. We must have the concept that it should be developed as a new, green economic zone. Okay, I'm not saying that we don't have to care about the housing issues, the thing, but I think the particular area, the particular zone definitely should be developed in a way that it has economic value. Okay? Because why we are positioned today as a part of the Greater Bay Area, and Hong Kong is very important because we have this northern metropolis that we can really utilize it and to contribute to the national strategy to develop the whole Greater Bay Area economy. I think that's very important. Okay, so I would say, we should develop that area as a green economic zone within the SAR. This is something that I would suggest. And also, as we all agree, I think we agree with Professor Me that Hong Kong is not sort of land. This is what is loud and clear, that we are not sort of land. We are sort of affordable housing. Okay, that's very important. Okay, I would say that solving the housing problem is not a single issue. It involves a lot of very complicated problems. So I would say we should set our mind, on develop that particular area as that green economic zone. Why green? Because the China, the central government, okay, already developed, along that direction, okay, the green economy. And then I would say that area should be, developed as a, subset within that, okay, to be under different districts, okay, with function, okay, with function. And then let that particular area to develop its own. Okay, you may either. I don't think we all can afford to have the developer to develop the land and then generate a lot of land revenue. okay? Because we rely very much on the land revenue for quite some long time, okay? So we shouldn't rely on the developer because the developer definitely like the flour and also the bread. You know, the flour is expensive and the bread definitely is expensive. And who can afford to have the house? This is something that we shouldn't, you know, develop that particular area as, you know, a developer to develop, you know, this land. This is something that I think, and also I would suggest, you know, as we talk about that in our committee, well, some people suggest that, we should have the high-rise building, and also we can have the curtain wall. Okay, you know the curtain wall is mirror. Okay, and then somebody would laugh that, well, if you still have the curtain wall, you know, buildings that there, you know, how about the bird? Okay, the bird definitely will lock against the curtain wall, and then you know definitely this is not what we want to see. So I would suggest anyway, a lot of people today really not care about, you know, what kind of material we are used to build, you know, to develop the building. Anyway, we are all today, just like Professor Ni told us that, well, we are in a concrete jungle, okay? We are in a concrete jungle. Everybody's definitely, we are living in a cage because a lot of steel member reinforcement inside the stone, okay, inside the aggregate, okay, the concrete. That's why, you know, we are living in a cage, and you can tell if you stay in a cage, definitely more heat will be, you know, there, okay? And then why you expect that we can have a, you know, better living environment with, you know, contribute, you know, or we want to make it a carbon zero area. I think that's something that we have to bear in mind. Okay, build something that you know, I suggest, say, for example, timber. Why not? We learn from the nature that is a quite very good material. But of course, you may say, how can we have high-rise buildings then? Okay.
Already there in the U.S. and also in Canada, the high-rise building using timber. Okay, so down to the micro level of infrastructure building, maybe I will pose the question to Jonathan, the representative from Institute of Surveyor. So what kind of infrastructure, you know, or down to the property management, you know, do we need a new approach to manage all this that also incur some kind of waste, you know, energy consumption of this? Do we need a new mindset?
Thank you very much to invite me representing the industry of facility management to present something views. In fact, it's quite interesting. We are the receiver, right? Nowadays is in the planning stage, at the first stage to plan how to develop, but we are the receiver, how to implement, how to make it work in an efficient way. So I think from the perspective of facility management, we've covered a lot of different areas we already discussed today. But I just want to highlight one thing we like to draw or us to discuss further. This is the dirty thing, the waste. We discuss a lot of many nice, beautiful landscape, beautiful coastal line, but in fact, waste is always being ejected. Over the population of 200,000 people in the northern areas, so it will create a lot of tonnage of waste. But how to manage and how to make it work for recycling or upcycling, it seems not attract discussion a lot. So
we might need some kind of infrastructure, kind of pre-consideration, right?
yes, exactly. Because it's a very hectic problem in our management. After all the infrastructure built, they seldom to identify the space for recycling or for the collection. So it is our typical problem in our urban area. I think that KS do a lot to find a way, the space for recycling and upcycling. So at the planning stage, I would like to highlight we need to have a detailed planning, work with a new idea to the whole waste management plan from the source and also the collection of waste and also the recycling or upcycling with a efficient way.
Thank you. Okay, the last question. So for Albert, so you are the advocate and also the author of Asia Pacific Green Deal, to promote a kind of green economic zone, a new way of thinking, and also accepted by or adopted by the United Nations, UNESCO. So maybe you can briefly share about this new thinking.
Thank you, William. I mean, today's event is a very challenging moment, for everybody to address multiple issues actually at the same time. So in order to tackle or facing all these multiple tasks and challenges, actually we need a very robust solution, integrated solution. So what we did last year actually at the UN was to propose this Asia Pacific Green Deal. The Asia Pacific Green Deal is somewhat a framework, a policy framework, which addresses all issues at the same time. Because today's event, we have been talking about many, many problems, but all the problems are also challenges, but also we have solutions to it, especially when we have commercially viable solutions nowadays, how to integrate that. We knew all along what are happening to the world in each and every city, all the challenges, all the happening. But what we are trying to do now, even for what we are doing for this Northern Metropolis, is that we need a new solution. We need a new mindset. Okay, how can we integrate all these solutions, commercially viable solutions, even to combat this climate change issue? Because we cannot select things at one time. So we need to address the issue. So what we need now is helping to support the government to come up with some policy framework that they can tackle all the issues at the same time. Because when we have a policy, the policy will attract businessmen to give solutions, effective solutions. So what we need now is the policy. The Asia Pacific Green Deal is about solution-based integrated solutions, where we can attract not only large corporations but also MSME to participate. And this has been proven very successful in many Asian countries, where I'm now working very closely with Asian countries, where all the government's leaders, they are quite visionary. They know what they are doing and they know what they want to do and what to achieve. And I think one very important message for us today is that although we have so many troubles, so many things that we have to solve, but there are solutions as what our speakers are sharing with us. We ought to be optimistic because if we are optimistic, we will find ways to solve the problem and also create new solutions. And those new solutions can even shorten our period, the timing to invest and make it happen. Because it's unlike the past, whether we have to achieve some infrastructure project in 10, 15 years, but now maybe in 3-5 years. It's all about policy too. So we need to support a visionary government where they can lead us to achieve those goals.
Okay, so a favorable environment to facilitate new policy. That's also very important. So I know maybe if we are going to organize and if I say if just if possible for next year we have this conference, then we should pin down to some kind of policy discussion, green finance solution, as well as in the new technology, construction technology, to facilitate all these new areas of development. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully you all can think about it. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for sharing your insights.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the very intriguing discussion. And also thank you once again to our panel speakers, as well as Dr. Yu for moderating this session for us. Please be seated. Now, let's move on to our second panel session this afternoon. May we first invite on stage our moderator for the session, Dr. Creighton Connolly, Assistant Professor at the UPAD of the University of Hong Kong. And joining Dr. Connolly on the panel, we have Engineer Dr. Carrie Chan, JP, Executive Director, Hong Kong Green Building Council. Ms. Teresa Young, Vice President of HKIP. Mr. Stephen Chan, Chairman, HKIE Gas and Energy Division. Architect Liu Heng Yiu Bryant, Vice President, HKIA. And last but not least, Mr. Paul Chan, President of HKILA. So everyone, please put your hands together to welcome our moderator as well as panel speakers.
Okay, so thank you everyone for sticking around for this final panel, even though we are behind schedule. And thank you to all of our panelists for joining us this evening. So the purpose of this panel is to follow on from the previous one and to give some perspectives on the Kaui Chau Artificial Islands project. So we would ask each of the panelists to give their perspective, keeping in mind the discussions that we've had today about, oh, Hong Kong doesn't need more land, doesn't need more housing. We have this northern metropolis development going on concurrently. We have limited resources. We have climate change issues. So how do we conceptualize the Kaui Chau development in light of these considerations? If you could give your perspective, please. Thank you. Should we start with Mr. Paul Chen?
Thank you. Well, I think for a start, it's when we talk about Kaui Chau, the artificial island, on its own, it's a very challenging initiative because we are building an artificial island in the central water that's housing a very high sensitive population. So we talk about 500,000 people living there. So that's quite rare in other parts of the world. Not to say under the context of climate change, so rare. So on one hand, we are looking at the capacity of this project, of this place, of 1,000 hectare of land, and I think we also need to look into the different aspects of climate change. I mean, we talk a lot about climate change, but it's about time that we need to look into more detail into the different elements or different impacts out of climate change. Well, when we're looking at that master plan, obviously it's like 3 islands, if you have looked at that proposal, which is a sensible arrangement. But then we are very interested in knowing more about the topography. Okay. You look at me. Maybe you can have the answer. The topography, because the topography of this land, we're assuming, is not necessarily a flat land for 1,000 hectares. Once you have the topography, you know the water flow, the water system, where they go, and also the kind of the dynamic of the fresh and salt water interface which is kind of important in terms of resilience. So we are, in terms of the adaptation out of climate resilience, we're not just looking at the infrastructure, but also the other two important elements. One is the social community and also the equality. So, and also the self-sufficiency of people on that island. So those are the area that we want to like explore together with the government as to how these things work together. Right? I think that's the first thing we want to say. Thank you.
Maybe I'll just follow the line. Two things. I think first of all, I personally have no objection to studying whether that is a viable option or not. But the problem with Hong Kong very often is once the government starts studying something and spend the money on it, and then they already make the decision that we're going ahead because they already spent money. So the whether there's courage, whether they have the judgment to look at whatever end of the study, at the proposal, to go ahead and not go ahead, somebody needs to realize that when you study in the beginning, there's a lot of assumptions you don't know, and technology change, right? Advancement in climate change, resiliency, all these technology change. So we need to study, need to spend the money to study and do a proper understanding evaluation. But at one point, that when things realize it's not the right solution, we should stop. And I think it's the same thing with all the bigger projects, Northern Metropolis, all that. A lot of the sites that we have studied that, oh, we go ahead, we're going to do this. I don't care whether the result is A, B, or C. We're going to go ahead and do it. I think that mindset needs to change first. If there is no one at the senior level that looked at this objectively and saying, oh, maybe this is right and maybe this is wrong, then without that courage and ability to stop or to change, then of course people will object you to doing it. So I think there needs to be a clarity in the policy saying this is only a study and there should be a time stop where the whole thing should be evaluated whether to further pursue or not pursue. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I think it offers a really tabula rasa, a completely new possibility for a Hong Kong 2.0. Now, we all know the current building regulations, it's completely out of date. The current zoning arrangement is completely out of date. I'll give you an example. We have industrial, we have farming, we have residential, office. That model changed with technology. It can be an indoor farm facility, right? Technology can do that. And it can be manufacturing in terms of 3D printing. So these can be stacked vertically. And so the zoning regulation needs to be revisited. Now, people already talk about automated vehicle, transportation, parking, all those is an issue. Waste to energy, renewable energy, whether we can have this own incinerator. I agree with what Paul is saying, it should be self-sufficient. So from an energy perspective, from an economy perspective, from an employment perspective, it should able to survive kind of on its own with people flowing in. So, and let alone blockchain ownership. Can we consider not being a real estate developer project, but a blockchain where people can tokenize the entire development and the people in Hong Kong can benefit from that development? So I'm throwing all these very high level to very objective to, climate change, seawall, rising seawater and all that. But I think it's a perfect opportunity if they have the courage to not ask what other people have done, but to look at what we really need and have the courage to do something that is, study something that is new, and then we make a decision whether this is the right one or not. So I'll stop there, given the time.
I guess it's
Good
my
point.
turn.
Thank you.
So this is Teresa Yang representing the Hong Kong Institute of Planners. We had our institute issued a position paper with regard to this topic. earlier in May this year. So this is 5-page long, and I'm in here, but I'm not going to read the 5 pages. I would like to highlight some of the points. Actually, Brian just mentioned about the last point about the zoning flexibility and mechanism. Actually, it's also mentioned in here that we as planners in Hong Kong do not want to see a conventional procedure or conventional town planning zoning repeating again in the artificial islands. What we would like to see is robust and flexible implementation mechanism and zoning system. That's the word that is currently under study by the study team and also the respective government departments. And of course, what we are looking, this sentence is to address the strategic and regional planning aspects, including, of course, those keywords: livability, sustainability, climate change, smart city, resilient housing, transportation, employment, and social inclusion. So whether or not we need the artificial island, I think we had to look into from a strategic development direction and positional perspective. That's we consider that the road of what role do the artificial island play versus the lofty metropolis, which was mentioned by many speakers in the earlier topic. To many of us, it sounds that the northern metropolis is a natural development direction for Hong Kong. While as we see the road of the central or the Kao artificial island, we have to look into with respect to the Greater Bay Area development and the Hong Kong 2030 plus TDS. So how we position ourselves not only within Hong Kong but to the wider area, the relationship with the Greater Bay Area, and the current thinking is to create the third central business district within the Kao artificial island. And this is to position Hong Kong as a international financial center, which has plays really different role as compared to that in the northern metropolis. Of course, that need to be supported with territorial railway and highway networks, not only within Hong Kong, as just mentioned by Professor Sam Chow just now, that all the areas need to be interconnected. So as the artificial island need to be connected to other parts of Hong Kong and to the Greater Bay Area. And one point I would like to highlight here is about its relationship to the urban renewal. I think David Wilfred earlier on from the ULA mentioned about the green and sustainable urban renewal strategy. So we also consider that the artificial island do have a role to play to help filling out the inner urban areas that development density, so as to create better place not only for the future residents to live within the Kao artificial island, but to the also the current residents living in the old urban area. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Chen. I'm from Hong Kong Institution of Engineers. I'm in Gas and Energy Division. Thank you, William, to invite me to speak today about the topic in city planning and development. Yeah, in my as a gas and energy engineers. Yeah, we will think about this a good opportunity to tell more about to government, to talk about with very hot issue about the development of a sustainable hydrogen city like in Hong Kong, to reduce the carbon emission, reduce the carbon footprint of the Hong Kong city. Today afternoon, Mr. Wong Kam-sing has already talked about to us about carbon neutrality in Hong Kong. I think we also as engineers to meet to take more challenges related to increase in the energy demand in Hong Kong. And also, Hong Kong is also to carry out not only in carbon free and also to consider the hydrogen economy. Right now is a good timing for Hong Kong is to take a initiative when you have already read some news in hydrogen bus will be coming out in September, and also we have a hydrogen refilling station in the Westland Kowloon side, and this is also a good opportunity to let us to plan to a sustainable way to utilize the renewable energy resources, like and also to look detail in sustainable technologies. For example, in today, Mr. Wang Gamsing showed the reservoir. All of you can see the reservoir in Thailand, Dailam reservoir. And we have already started many projects, including the solar floating PV. And in our discussion with also the government, we also want to do some pilot project. You use the water reservoir to do some kind of a green hydrogen solution. Because if we can to take this opportunity to do the Loveland Metropolis or the Central Water Project, because they are surrounded by water, okay? And the water can under the electrolysis, and also to do the green hydrogen through this process in Hong Kong. And this is also we can to take the project in WSD and DSD project has already finished, and we can also to take more the details and to do some production of hydrogen, and also the storage of hydrogen, and this is the chain of the reaction in hydrogen, including the transportation through the reservoir, and then we can to take more the hydrogen through the link to outside of Hong Kong, or to do more projects. And last but not least, we also to give more the sustainable development of the hydrogen market in Hong Kong, and also in our GBA Great Beta area, to look more detail in the fuel cell development is also very mature right now in China, and we can to work hand in hand with them to do more the green hydrogen, and also diversify the industry in decarbonized application. This is my point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Always difficult with the last one to speak. Well, perhaps I would just mention a few points that is not really covered by the speakers the rest of the day. Now, EIA is mandatory for this project, but the issue is the present EIA guideline is focused on environmental conservation. And I think we need to change or revise that upgrade that EIA technical guideline to stress on sustainability and resilience. I think that is point one. The second point is that Hong Kong has green building assessment scheme, but not for infrastructure, for assessment for infrastructure yet. So I understand that the Development Bureau is doing one, but I think we should start now to train up the assessors, to train up those infrastructure assessment professionals now. The third point is that Hong Kong has a carbon neutrality target, but not much aware that that target do not include embodied carbon. Now with this project of this scale, I definitely think that the embodied carbon is more than half of the life cycle carbon emission for this project. So I think we have to bear in mind when we design and plan this large project that embodied carbon is very important, and we need to take into account during design and material selection. And second, since the carbon factor of this project, so the land, I think we need to be used very efficiently. Say for instance, like utilities and roads and this all need to be underground, so that we can free more space for buildings, for business, for living and enjoyment of the public. So I think that is virtually what I have in mind. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you to all of our panelists for your very important perspectives on this issue. Certainly not a simple, straightforward issue, and lots of things to take with us when we leave here today. So please join me in giving a round of applause.
Thank you very much to our panel speakers and also our moderator for the wonderful discussion. Please be seated, and would Dr. Connolly please remain on stage? Before we officially conclude, please once again welcome Dr. Creighton Connolly here on stage to deliver a closing remark for us. Dr. Connolly, please.
Okay, so I'll keep the closing remarks. There we go. Okay, I'll just hold it. Yeah, so I'll keep the closing remarks short, given that we are running out of time. So thank you, all of you, for coming along today for the Future City International Summit. So the idea behind this event was to facilitate some dialogue between academics and practitioners working on this broad issue of future city planning and development, and also to create a comparison between current events in Hong Kong, such as the Northern Metropolis and the Kaui Chau Artificial Islands project, with planning experiences from elsewhere, such as Singapore and mainland China and other parts of the Asia region. And it's also envisioned that this would be a start of the conversation, and hopefully in future years, we can have more events like this, and hopefully more space for discussion, as today the schedule was quite compressed, and we had a lot of information thrown at us, but not as much time to really sort of engage in dialogue. And great that I saw a lot of people exchanging name cards, so hopefully we can continue these kind of conversations over the coming months. And please keep in touch with World Green Organization and with each other for future events and networking. So again, thank you to all the speakers and of course to all the organizers and sponsors for today. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Connolly. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a fruitful conclusion of the inaugural Future City International Summit 2023, City Planning and Development. On behalf of our organizers, we would like to thank all of our speakers for their valuable insights and perspectives. And thanks should also go to our participants for making the time to join us today. And we sincerely hope that the summit has brought you some new ideas and also takeaways. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you at our next event. Have a good evening. Goodbye.